We appear to be live now. Twitch is lying to me, but now it seems like it's working. So, I don't know. I'm gonna assume we're live, and we'll go with that. I'm running a little bit late today, so I didn't do my setup, so you guys can see some of the prep that I do when I start a stream. Usually it starts with me opening a bunch of windows and then neatly arranging them and having Google Chrome open here. And starting my chat bot. Cool. That's great. Then I usually go over to chat and bump this up so you guys can see it. I run this command to show what I'm working on today. What am I working on today? Working on not being super behind on everything. We're gonna be working on pre-commit today. One of the things is a quality of life improvement for Windows users, and the other I'm going to be looking into making how do I explain this? I want to make the dots in pre-commit better represent the progress that's happening. So right now what happens is when you run a hook, it will print all these dots and then do work in the background and then eventually show passed. But I think I can make these show up as it completes work. I'm not really sure about that, but we'll see. For Flake 8, it's still just going to be 0 to the end because it runs a single process. But I think auto pip 8, you could see a progress bar sort of thing. I don't know. I want to investigate it, see how much see how bad the code is for it, and see if it actually renders how I want it to. But that's the where did chat go? That's the plan for today. Small Windows fix and a cosmetic improvement. So I usually set this this command in chat. That makes it so that when people do bang today, they can see that same thing regurgitated out. So that's part of my stream setup. I also do a bunch of stuff off screen with setting up music and making sure the volume levels are correct. I didn't actually test my volumes today. We still haven't fixed the K-saying now edge. Still doesn't know. There's a PR that fixes it. We just have to fix up the links and make sure it works. But yeah, the chatbot's not smart enough to know capitalized nano. Where is that? Yeah, so actually, Yoav from Twitch chat contributed this. We just need to fix up some. I haven't set up continuous integration, so it's kind of my fault that it didn't get linted, but whatever. We need to fix that at some point. I'll do it today. Okay, cool, awesome. Yeah, Yoav's in the chat right now. But yeah, so the other thing that I usually do is I go over what I did last time. This window's not big enough. Look at that. Look at that responsiveness. Mobile site, desktop website. Mobile site, desktop website. Ooh. I also usually click through anyone who follows me or stars one of my repos. I will look at your profile and judge you, I guess. I've been getting a lot of new accounts that follow me recently. I don't know what that's about, but seems cool, I guess. Apparently I'm in this guy's top 12 people to follow, so it's cool. As long as you're using GNU/GitHub. Yeah. This guy has no content yet. Got 4 brand new users. I don't know, I must be on some list somewhere where they just follow this guy. Great, cool. Let's see, what did I do since last week? Not much. I was super busy this week with work and other stuff too. And what else? What else was I busy with this week? Went to the gym twice. I guess that was a thing. But I usually do that, so I don't know. That's not different. Let's see. Last week we worked on... last week we worked on a feature and I didn't quite get it working. There's like a bug in it. The feature that we worked on last week was also in pre-commit. Workspace, what is one that shows that high graph hooks? What do we got here? Yes, so if we pre-commit vm bin, pre-commit run all files. So the thing that we did last week was we made it so that, oh, we need to run in verbose mode. We made it so that when outputs get, oh, that's interesting. Why is this too long? Is this window sized properly? It is. Huh, why is this wrapping? Oh, I bet because this one is just long enough to have like skipped no files to check be like 2 characters too long, so you get this weird output. But the thing that we did last week was this is now colored output inside of hooks, so we properly pass through TTY flags as which we weren't doing before. So you can see like we see the colored PyTest output and the colored MyPy output. The behavior on master, or the currently released behavior, is this one, where you don't see the colors. These are uncolored. And we spent a bunch of time working on that last week. I eventually got stuck, which was something that happens to me pretty often, but like couldn't figure out what was wrong. So I actually went to Stack Overflow and asked a question. Where is my question? Yeah, this one. So I asked a question. I boiled down my problem that I was seeing. I was seeing like weird, spurious errors and like deadlocks and just like a bunch of weird behavior that I couldn't explain all that well. So what I did was I took the like core code out of pre-commit and I like squished it down into this small case where like we were dealing with PTYs. That's how we get the fake TTY stuff working. This was kind of the context manager that we wrote last week. Did it get marked as duplicate despite it being different? No. Yeah, actually, I avoided the dupe hammers somehow. But yeah, so I opened a PTY. There's actually very little on Stack Overflow about this function, which is probably why I didn't find other code that was similar. I probably would have figured it out if there was more about more people using this function, but there wasn't, so I was kind of on my own. But yeah, this is kind of the like core of the PTY code, where you just like open a PTY. It gives you a all of the docs refer to it as master and slave, but I prefer to not use those words when I can avoid them, so it's a read and write instead. And then I pass it to a subprocess. You close two parts, and then when this context manager closes, it closes the both of them again. This is idempotent because of OS error. But what we end up figuring out is that this is actually not a safe operation in a thread, and that's why everything was either like deadlocking or crashing or whatever. But when it was run serially, it worked fine. But as soon as we threw it into this thread pool executor, which is kind of what pre-commit does, it runs it in threads, it would explode. Interestingly, with a process pool executor, it would not explode, and this is because each process has its own file descriptor namespace. But what was happening, and what this kind individual explains, was that one thread would close this. It was one thread would close this once here, so close the right portion, and then another thread would get a file descriptor that was the same number as this file descriptor, and then when this exited, it would close that other thread's file descriptor. And so because it was like closing at places that didn't really make sense, and like double closing an already closed file descriptor, things just kind of went bad. But the fix was pretty easy. I ended up like we solved it in the comments, and then I was like, cool, make an answer, and I'll press accept. But I ended up like only closing the file descriptors in an idempotent way, so it didn't crap out like that. Hey, what's up, Speak Avrik? Thank you for the follow. Hope your day's going well. Oh, I got a subscription while I was offline, so I'm gonna read that one out. Actually, I think I can press this button. Will that make it show up again? Yeah. Nacho Challenge resubscribed and says, "Hey ya!" But yeah, thank you for that, Nacho. Greatly appreciated. Memorious IT asks, "What project are you developing?" So we actually have some commands for this. I'm working on a project called precommit. I already have a tab open. Control 4. There we go. The idea behind precommit is it's a linter installer runner thing that also understands Git hooks. The project name is not that great, but when I originally wrote it, I didn't realize quite how much scope it would eventually have, and it was originally very, very specific to Git hooks, but now like it kind of just works as a generic linter runner thing. And actually, I'll spoil you a little bit, but next April Fools, I'm gonna jokingly rename precommit to linter-runner. I already bought the domain for it because I'm a nerd like that. But yeah, the TLDR is you specify a configuration that lists like some plugin repositories that you want to use and the various like hook fixer or checkers that you want to run. So in this case, like we have some checkers for YAML, we have some whitespace fixers, and we have a code formatter for Python. And you can integrate it with Git hooks, and when you run it, it knows how to install all of these things and run them on the proper files. And that's kind of the TLDR. But it's pretty nice. It's one of those things that if you don't know you need it, or you've never used it before, you don't really realize quite how powerful it is. It's definitely changed like how I do development. I don't like whenever I work on a repo that doesn't have it, it's just like, oh damn it, I committed a whitespace error again, or oh shoot, my imports were not ordered properly, or like all these like silly nitpicky things that computers are really, really good at fixing. I'm like super spoiled because this tool usually does it for me. So it's a bit like npm scripts for Python. Kind of not though. Like it can do, like you can do a lot of the same things that npm scripts do, but it's mostly focused on like linters and code formatters, and not like generic side effects that npm would do. Also, it manages all of the environments separately. So like npm kind of just like installs your package.json and your development dependencies and like goes from there. But this kind of isolates each of the different executables. This makes it much easier to deal with like conflicts and stuff as well. And pinning particular versions and upgrading at whatever pace you want to. But yeah, that's that. So that's what we worked on last week. So I fixed that. We also fixed this last week where standard out and standard error were being separated, and so the output was kind of jumbled, and so we fixed the jumblediness. We fixed a little teeny thing in precommit hooks where there was an extra file name being printed. This is the main thing that we worked on. I ended up, if anything, was I fixed it like the same day of the stream, but like didn't merge it until a couple days after that. Hey sir, you forgot an important milestone this week, Python 3.8. Oh yeah, Python 3.8 is out. Which I did some, actually, I did some cool stuff for it. But yeah, Python 3.8 is out. What did I work on? I have like a short summary of like some of the things that I did for Python 3.8. Where is it? Yeah, so here's some of the things that I worked on in Python 3.8. So like, these are all like tiny patches and like, I don't know, kind of insignificant compared to the like number of things that went into Python 3.8, but some of them are pretty cool, and I think they'll save me, especially me, a lot of time in the future, especially this first one. I helped improve the like circular import error message in Python 3.8. It's like, I don't know how many times I've seen, can I import name A from B, and it's just like, cool, that's like I know what that means because I've seen it a million times, but like newcomers or like people at work, or like even sometimes I don't remember it. But now it says the word circular import and tells you like kind of how to start debugging it. Hey, what's up, Pregian? Haven't seen you on stream. This is the first time. Welcome, friend. I fixed this one, which, oh, why did they get bigger? Okay, cool. I fixed this one, which has been like a thorn in my side for the longest time. In like older versions of Python, ast.parse a triple quoted string with a new line in it. That's important. If it doesn't have a new line, it doesn't matter. So this triple quoted string should have a line number of 1 and a column offset of 0. But if we look, it gets a column offset of -1 and a line number of 2, I think. Yeah. So it points kind of at this, but like kind of in like no man's land. But in Python 3.8, I fixed this. Import ast body 0.value.call offset. Yeah, so now it's properly at column offset 0 and with line number, with line number 1. Can you guys see that? Yeah, okay, cool. I'm not covering it. But yeah, this is one of the things that I worked on in Python 3.8. I fixed a like minor thing in difflib so that tabs are properly diffed. It doesn't really affect many things, but it makes like PyTest outputs a little bit better. And unit test outputs, because unit test also uses difflib. I worked on this new module called import lib metadata. I didn't do most of it, like most of it was other people, but I did a bunch of bug fixes and in a lot of ways beta tested for this, because I integrated this module into PyTest and pre-commit and talks and Puggy and a bunch of like important packages in the Python ecosystem. And so like we ironed out a lot of the issues with import lib metadata before it was released in Python 3.8. I actually think like a lot of the work that I did there was super important to making sure that this module was solid in the first release. So I'm like really happy that it's out there. I also fixed a little thing in os.path that expand user on Windows. It's not super important, but it did make the change list. Hey, what's up, The Hook? Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so this is some of the stuff that I worked on in 3.8. Reggie notices that I'm actually running RC1. We can fix that. Just upgrade that real quick. But yeah, I messed that one up apparently. Now Edge, but when will 2.8 come out? It's a good meme. I approve. There's a oh man, you'll have to go through one of my older streams, but there's this really long story about a individual that I work with that was quoted as saying during a like incident post-mortem, but what happens if we get a vendor and they're not running Python 2.7, they're running Python 2.8? What will we do then? And like my teammate was like, that'll never happen, and just like got really defensive about it as I'm just like laughing my ass off. But yeah, and the 3.8 package here, I also built this package, so that's my doing, or I guess not my doing. I packaged it up for Ubuntu Dead Snakes, and so I was able to get this build out there pretty quickly. And actually, the Bionic 2 is the first build that has the profile guided optimization enabled. So this build is faster than the Bionic 1 build. But now, oops, that's 7 muscle memory. Keep typing that 7. But yeah, here's 3.8. Mark Hate 1 asks, why do you use a virtual machine? I play a lot of video games. I also context switch a lot. I also tend to brick Linux machines quite often from like kernel upgrades and like doing dumb stuff like that. And a virtual machine is easy for me because I can just like blow it away and start over. That said, I do run Linux natively on two or three of my machines. My work laptop and I guess it's only 2. I swore I had another one. Maybe it's only 2. And my work laptop and my media PC in my living room run run Linux natively. I dual boot on my work laptop with macOS. I hate macOS. It's such a pain in the butt. But I need to run it in order to vet software for the other developers. But yeah, look, now I'm running 3.8.0. There's some other cool stuff that came out in 3.8. What's new? Python 3.8. Some of it I'm not super excited about, but that's just me. The one that people are most excited about is assignment expressions, which I'm not excited about. I think they make the code harder to read, but that's just me. I can see some cases where they're useful, but they're like, no, when I can point at C and be like, look, this part of C is bad, and now Python has the same problem, it's just like, well, okay. But I did find, I did make a like meme assignment expression out of this. Let me see if we can find it on Twitter. The easiest way is just to scroll a bunch and then search for control equals. Yeah, assignment expressions is the one that Guido left over, because, I mean, kind of for good reason. Really? Was it this far back? No, surely it was sooner than this. Maybe, Huh. I was sworn it was sooner than that. But basically I implemented a... Come on. I want to show this because it's really good. But it's also really bad. Oh, here we go. Found it. Okay. So we take this lambda. So this is a lambda that is non-recursive and is just a list comprehension with some assignment expressions. But it will linearly calculate the Fibonacci sequence. This is why assignment expressions are great. But it does work. It's just it's very tricky. So it uses an add swap. So that's what this is right here. It's addition-based swap with summation, so that it essentially implements the loop of Fibonacci, but keeps state in this A and B variable. And this C is the swapping what is the word? Not pivot. I don't know what the word is, but it's what is used to swap between the two variables. But you can do cheeky stuff with assignment expressions. And actually, to meme it up even more, I wrote a Flake8 plugin that all it does is forbid assignment expressions. It's like the easiest Flake8 plugin ever. But yeah, this is the rationale. Lol. I don't expect anyone to actually use this, but it does work, and it was very simple to implement. I just wrote a simple AST visitor that visits this named expr. This is the AST element for assignment expressions, and just reports a lint error on those lines. And it does work, but it's just funny. But anyway, so assignment expressions, that's the one that I think most people are excited about. I'm not, but that's just me. Then there's positional only arguments, which I don't know. There was another fight about this one too. I don't really care either way for this one. I think there are cases where it does make the code better. But on the other hand, I don't know that it was worth extending the syntax to support this. So, I don't know. It was kind of already supported through the C API, and so like it kind of made sense to expand this to pure Python, but I can't see myself ever using this syntax. I do have lots of use cases for named-only arguments, but positional only seems counterintuitive. I don't know. But that's just me. It's a thing. It's a big thing, I guess. Blah, blah, blah. This one's pretty cool, but I don't know who's actually going to use this. This allows you to have a PyC, like a separate directory where your PyC files get stored. You could use this kind of like, like one use case that I saw for this was you can keep your source directory in one place and build PyC files into a specific directory and then reuse that as a cache. But I don't know, seems fine. This one was kind of cool. They simplified the C ABI so that the debug build is now the same. This actually simplified the Ubuntu packaging a lot. There's also no PyMalloc is always on now, and so like that was another thing that simplified the packaging. This one's pretty cool. You can now use this trailing equals to have it print debug information by default. So it just like prints the expression, then an equals, and then the value. Kind of cool. This one I don't really care about, but I also think it's going to be really powerful for auditing. There's now some runtime audit hooks that let you check, like, I think it's like sub-processes and like syscalls and other stuff when run from Python, and it just like trips these hooks, and so you can write alerts based on those. This one I read about but didn't really, I don't know why a user would care. Unless they're writing sub-interpreters or stuff like this. I think this is mostly just like some reorganization of the C API, which would eventually make it easier to implement a like lockless or a GIL-less Python and make sub-interpreters a little bit easier to implement. But I don't know. This one is cool. This makes some function calls a lot faster. C Python just keeps getting faster and faster. Like 3.7 had a similar optimization with, I think it was called fast call, but vector call is a similar idea. Provisional. Okay, so maybe it's not fully implemented, but some of the standard, I know some of the like standard C extensions are using this. Pickle Protocol 5. This is I don't know, I hate pickles, so I can't get excited about it. And then there's a bunch of other like little things in here. My name does appear in the changelog though. This is the expand user thing that I was talking about before. I think some of the other stuff, oh hey. Oh no, it's just the same thing twice, I see. Yeah, so this was the expand user change that I did before. I think some of the other stuff was more important, but whatever. And that's what's new in 3.8. Yeah. Cool. Oh, I'm so far behind on chat now. Dang it. Pep 404 2.8 never. Yes, it is a good number. Did they skip 403 to make this? It's like, or was it just did it just happen to show up on the right number? Let's see, this was 2011 1013. Oh, I guess it was just like good luck. That's the unreleased schedule 2.8 final never. That's funny. Yeah. There are shops that run a version of Python that they call 2.8. Like, I think Google's Python reports 2.8. I could be wrong there. But like it occasionally shows up in like PyPI stats and stuff. Everything is going over my head. Sorry, BitMonkey. We'll get to like less bleeding edge stuff soon. Oh, me too. I play a lot. That's why I use Windows as my main and Linux and virtual machine. Yeah, that's what's up. If I had to choose between OS X and Windows, which would you choose? I would choose Windows every day. Fucking hate Mac OS. I cannot. I can't deal with Mac OS. It's too much for me. Like everything about it is just slightly broken. Right now at work, we're vetting the upgrade to Catalina because most of our work laptops run either High Sierra or Mojave right now. Oh, and Catalina just like breaks some stuff for like no really good reason. One of the like big breaks for us is Apple is trying to turn their desktop OS into a phone OS, kind of. And so they've sort of isolated the like system installed stuff from the user installed stuff. So they're in different like mount partitions, which means you can't like write to special files anymore. It completely broke NFS. It broke Vagrant. It broke VirtualBox. And so like we had to scramble to upgrade a bunch of stuff and make sure all of that stuff worked, and like, oh, it was just a mess. But I'm currently fighting that right now. I really wish that we could just like give everyone Linux laptops and like just deal. Because I don't know, I think managing Linux is way easier than managing Mac OS. But that's just me. Oh, Prajun, you didn't hear about this? Yeah, so like with the assignment expression stuff, there was like a whole big drama thing. The TLDR is like most of the core devs, and I might be putting words in people's mouths, but like from what I understood, most of core devs and a lot of the community was like, please don't add this. This seems like a bad idea for Python. But Guido and like 3 other people were like very, very, very loud about this and like kind of forced it through. And then there was so much like community backlash. Guido was like, fuck this, I'm out. And just like stepped down. Oh, you're aware. Okay, okay. It's just like, oh, if I read more of the chat, I see. Yeah, but it was like kind of a mess. Oof. Yeah, but now he's on the steering console, so it's not that different. I mean, I guess it like 1/5 his power, but yeah. Bitmonkey says hi. Hello, hello. The debug ABI equals stable ABI stuff is super nice. It broke wheel tagging for packaging. We had to fix it. Yeah, that makes sense because Pip has to worry about the debug API. And don't forget that without PEP 601, continue is allowed inside finally. Yeah, is identical is involved in that one. Everything about it is slightly broken. I'll also say that about a lot of things, though. I think a lot of things are slightly broken. Hey, what's up, Nedrario? Sorry, I butchered that name. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Anime Lover Zero says, my discrete math professor failed half the class yesterday because these idiots checked the last homework while I went into office hours and got a 45 out of 50 on the homework assignment and didn't fail. Spicy. I think Linux is for people who stop caring about fancy world. Ooh, some spicy words there. I mean, what do I need? What do I need for an operating system? I need a terminal. I need an internet browser. And not much more. I think I mostly get by on a terminal and an internet browser. I could see like using an IDE or like VS Code or like a text editor. But I don't think macOS is going to make a difference between what I'm doing in a terminal. I guess the default terminal in macOS is pretty bad, so it's almost a negative there. Anime Lover Zero says, did you ever think any people in your college look like school shooters? I'm not gonna lie, half the people I see look like shooters. No, not really. There might be a couple, but not really. Najario, I'm doing fine, thank you. Pip is slightly broken. Smile. At least you're admitting it, Prajun. Hey, what's up, Sarcastic Dante? It's identical, just needs GNU Emacs so that you have a full operating system all in one. Yeah, no, my CS classes were mostly curved. There were a couple that weren't, but they were mostly like technical writing or like, I don't know that discrete math was curved. What are you? Update managers. Oh no, I can't click on it. There we go. I got the 1 pixel where I can click on it. See, I have Visual Studio Code installed, so you can't completely fault me there. What could go wrong? But yeah, that stuff. Okay, what else did I work on last week? A couple little things. This is Lyft stuff, not super important. I fixed some Flake 8 plugins from a change that I broke. It's like totally my fault, but like one-line patch that fixes latest Flake 8 with these particular plugins. This one apparently is like super popular, so like, but I also needed a more involved change here. Basically, the bug is that store true and type equals none is not valid in argparse, but it is in optparse, and so I switched the internals of Flake8 from optparse to argparse, which will land in the next release. But this is now not valid, and so it broke. It broke some stuff, but then I fixed it, so it wasn't that hard to fix. It's just like filter out things that are none. Then I upgraded some of my packages for Python 3.8 now that it's been released. So I switched from import lib metadata to import lib.metadata in Python 3.8. So I used I can just show you one of the patches. So I used a conditional import so that I import the backport package in older Pythons and the real package in 3.8+, and then set it as a conditional requirement here. Oh, and then I added a small warning. This came up at work. Apparently reorder Python imports will do some real strange stuff if you have Python path set. So I just added a little, hey, you have Python path set, might be a problem. Because people at work, for whatever reason, had this in their bash RC, and it was just like, why is it doing strange things? And it's like, well, because you did this strange thing. But it was pretty easy fix there. And I hope this saves someone sometime at some point in the future, but no. Hey, what's up, Hayden? Nice to see you stopping by. Man, I need to catch one of your streams. I feel like you stream at, well, you're in a completely different time zone than me, so it makes sense that I don't catch them very often, but I kind of want to hang out. Want to see you stream, my dude. But eventually. Wow, YouTube's gotten way more aggressive with their still watching. It's only been 30 minutes. Like, wow. Come on, YouTube. They know that I just play this as background music, so it's YouTube. Regine asks, why Ubuntu? I don't know. I'm familiar with it. It was my first major operating system that I played with. I am familiar with the packaging. I like its release model. The stable LTS releases seem to do me well. I package stuff for it. I use it at work. I don't know. No real good reason. Just it's what I'm familiar with, and why change if it works for me? I also have automated setup for it too, so it's easy. It would be a why is this not tab completing? Did I spell my name wrong? No, it looks right. I have automated setup for it, so if I switch to a different distribution, I would have to redo a lot of this setup, but it works well for me, so I've been sticking to it. When you use C++, did you always use a vector then an array because of size? I switched based on what I needed. If I needed fixed size, I would use an array. If I needed variable size, I would use vectors. A lot of the times, just using a vector is simple enough. We had some super nitpicky microcode that we had to write where the performance of a vector actually mattered to beat these stupid professor benchmarks. But I think if I was writing actual C++ and industry or whatever, I would probably stick to vectors because they're easier and safer, I guess. In most cases, if I have a fixed size thing, yeah, I'll use an array. Now Andrew asks, why not enforce that Python path is set to an expected value? I could imagine some cases where someone would intentionally set this to a value and expect a particular output, so I don't want to just outright ban it. Which is why it just prints a warning. It's mostly just to help the user, not necessarily to enforce a particular state. Because there are for instance, the way, I don't know if Homebrew still does this, but the way they used to package Python stuff is they would pull down the source and stick it in a directory and then prefix that with Python path in a little bash wrapper script thing. And so sometimes it would break that setup. But yeah, this is just a little warning. It doesn't crash. It's just like letting you know that, hey, something might be a little bit weird here. It'd be epic to get you on one. Oh yeah, we could stream to. We could collaborate. Ooh, that would be cool. Yeah, I do have one voice channel, but it's for games, and I don't think anyone has ever used it on Discord. But maybe eventually. Tati asks, "You're following with Babi?" Yeah, I'll eventually work on Babi, assuming I actually get through stuff. I haven't written any code yet, but we'll get to that. I promise. We'll write some code. Anthony, do you wonder how some people even graduated from college? Yes. Yes, sometimes I do. Speak of Reek asks, "What are you doing at work?" I work at Lyft. I'm on the developer experience team. We build tools and software that make developers productive, or at least we try. It's kind of a hard problem, but we try. And some of the stuff that I'm working on in particular right now are Python 3 migrations. I'm also working on enabling Python 3.8 and 3.7 at Lyft, mostly so we can like start upgrading people. I'm also investigating into PyPy as a high-performance alternative to CPython. I know sarcastic Dante is just like, fuck PyPy, but I don't know. We're trying to see if it's viable. For some workflows, it seems pretty promising. Like we might be able to save like some number of hundreds of thousands of dollars a year just by switching the interpreter. But yeah, that's some of the stuff that I'm working on. Yeah, works fine. Sarcastic Dante says we set it to our SDK path. Yeah, that's a great example of like where somebody would do that. But yeah, let's what are we doing? Let's jump into the first issue that I want to work on today, because I think this one's going to be a little bit faster to complete than the other one. This user, I'm not going to try and pronounce it. Stegan TI? I'm not going to try and pronounce it, and then immediately tries to pronounce it. Liar. They were asking how to run pre-commit run with -- files. This will work on Linux. This one, right? Come on. Let me highlight this one. This one works on Linux. None of these other ones work. But I remember that they are on Windows, so I suggested the command that I usually use, which is the xargs approach. And mysteriously, no files were being matched. And I wasn't sure what's up with this. We went back and forth a bunch on this. Ended up finding that this was their regular expression to match files, which looks fine. It's basically matching everything in the web directory that's either in modules custom or themes my theme that is a PHP file. So this should match files that are inside web modules custom. And I'll actually show you. I can just do this real quick. I'll show you why it wasn't working. I did eventually figure it out. Oh, I need to use command. Command prompt. There we go. Oh god, what have I done? Okay. I accidentally did the magnifying glass. That was unexpected. CD temp. How do I make this bigger? Properties. Font. Sure. Is that viewable? Hopefully. We'll see. X already exists. Okay, we've done this before. Is it a Git directory? No. Maker. Oh. So interesting enough, when I run get ls files, it gives me forward slashes here. Oh man, how did I do this before? There's this neat identity meta hook in precommit that will just print out all the file names that get passed to it. Let me set up a virtual environment, install precommits. And then he turbo typing. Yeah, it's a good it's a good sound. I like it. Parset asks, do you have aggregated and centralized logging at Lyft? Yes, we forward our... Oh, go away, magnifier, I don't want you. We have kind of a log pipeline that... It's based on really old tech, but it still works for us. We actually can't compile parts of it from source anymore, which is pretty bad. But we use a Heka-based pipeline that... Oh, wait, no, Heka is for stats. I don't know, we use some log aggregation that goes through this like crazy SQS thing and eventually ends up in Kibana. And it works well enough for us. Kibana's kind of slow, the lag is like 2 minutes or something like that, but it's good enough for what we need. I kind of wish our logging was better. When I worked at Yelp, we had this like really slick Kafka-based pipeline that used the same interface as Facebook Scribe, which is great because you could like tail logs wherever you wanted and like ingest them from whatever service you wanted. And if you needed like long-term logs, you could grab them out of S3. And if you needed like really old logs, you could get them out of Glacier. And it was great. I haven't like worked with anything that good in a while. Yeah, so we see these forward slashes when we do precommit run all files, and that's because precommit runs get ls files. Interestingly enough, if we do get ls files and then pipe that to xargs, we suddenly see backslashes instead, which is a little unsettling, but it kind of makes sense. Like, this command is literally passing backslashes, and this one knows that it's running a Windows application, so it switches the slashes to be more appropriate there. But I think what I'm going to do is normalize on Windows, normalize to forward slashes, even though I realize that's kind of wrong. But I think it will make everyone's lives better. Because in order to do this properly, you would need to make a regex that looks like... where is the regex that we ended? Yeah, we ended up with a regex that looks like this. Because you need to escape the backslash and account for both backslashes and forward slashes, which is it's clunky. But I think if precommit normalized forward slashes, this regex would be a lot easier, and scripts would work a lot better. The interesting thing here is we also found a bug in the shell script that didn't properly quote the arguments that were being passed in, so the backslashes were treated literally. So you like lose all of the slashes here. And like I actually pointed out, like this is one of the lines that does this incorrectly, and I have like a whole wiki page about how to approach the correct way to do this, which is with bash arrays. Yav asks, can you explain what is missing in the Twitch chatbot PR? Yes, I can show you. Actually, I can just clone your repo. If I remember right, that's your GitHub handle. Well, clone, so clearly. Add flags to handler. This is the only thing that needs to get fixed. as this currently complains. That's it. Just a little thing. Very, very small thing. Just need to fix flake 8. I wish I could set up my own logging solution that I can deploy cross-platform. One place for all my logs to be epic, but all the known ones cost too much. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, PHP files. Yeah. I'm not dealing with PHP, but someone else is. Yeah, knowledge. You can curse at my hiss at my Windows install. But yeah, all that needs fixed there is just the flake 8 stuff, which should just be like pressing some new lines in some places. And then we can get that working. Okay. So yeah, this is the chatbot running. What are these characters? Is this how /me shows up in chat? It sends these like weird what are they called? Troll characters? Interesting. I didn't know that. I guess I learned something today. Sent from my Windows desktop. Yeah. I mean, true. Shoot, where'd my virtual machine go? There we go. But yeah, the plan is to fix this so that we always get /. I know 4Agent Smith is like cringing at that, but it will make everyone's lives better, I promise. What are we doing? Yeah. So there's kind of two options here. Like I could normalize all of the slashes just as the input, or I could only do it in the matching code. I think it makes sense to do it everywhere. But interestingly enough, on POSIX you can actually put backslashes in file names. So I think it would only be limited to Windows. Let me make sure that I'm not lying about that. Yeah, so there's a file that has a backslash in its name, which is a little annoying. It'd be nice if we couldn't have those. It does work like a normal file, so yeah, so we'd have to limit the backslash to / rewriting to only being on Windows platforms. So as a Linux/Windows user with no idea of the inner workings, what is the difference between a forward and a backslash? So on Linux, all of directories are /. So you'll always have directory separators being a /, your folder separator thing. On Windows, the canonical slashing is backslashes to separate directories. But since like, I don't know, like Windows 2000 or something, some really old version of Windows, it also allows / in most cases. There are some cases where / don't work. One particular example is if you're using what are they called? Well, there's the 8.3 paths don't work with /, but that's not what I was thinking of. I did a YouTube video about this. I should remember what it's called. What did I call that video? I think it was in this one. Yeah, this path. This. Whatever these paths are called. I don't remember what they're called, but apparently it's this link here, if I had to guess. Hey, what's up, Godlink72? Thank you for the follow. Hope your day's going well. While IO functions in the Windows API convert / to backslashes as part of converting the name to an entity style name, except when using this prefix. Yeah. So, this is what I'm betting on, and that people aren't using this style path. Which I think is a fairly good UNC paths, that's what they're called. Universal Naming Convention. But yeah, you can use these paths to bypass max path, but you need a perfectly normalized path. Like it can't have any forward slashes. And so it mostly works. I prefer colons as my directory delimitator, and that'd be crazy. UNC, very universal. Yeah. So UNC was originally added to, I think it was to allow Linux network drives to be mounted on Windows file systems, and then like you would refer to them using this universal naming convention, and then the file system or the network file system driver would translate between the two actual file paths. I don't know why they picked the universal one to be the backslashes, because like I think everyone is mostly standard, like everyone except for Windows is standardized on forward slashes at this point. Does Python support this stupid convention via the file APIs? It does indeed. But Python doesn't really know about it, it just kind of passes things through. That said, I made Python 2... Where is that PR? I actually made Python 2 understand these paths better at one point, because it fixed something for me. Where was that? I guess I'm going to search for 2.7. No, that was a documentation PR. This one. This one. Fix OS error for os.lister for extended paths on Windows. Paths that begin with this are... Well, this documentation's wrong. It should say UNC paths, but whatever. But I changed the C API so that... What is this test? Did I copy this from somewhere? I'm file path and proud of it. Blame test OS. I guess this is so someone can find if this file descriptor gets leaked or something. Anyway, I made a like Unicode and bytes path and made sure that they work. And all it was this one line change to fix UNC paths on Python 2. I didn't need to make this patch to Python 3 because apparently someone had already fixed it there, but this made it so that... Oh god, this is a rabbit hole. It made it so that... Oh, what was the reason for this? Oh, I remember now. Just let me meme on NPM for a little bit here. I wanted to support Node... hooks written in Node using pre-commit on Windows. And everything worked fine except for npm directories were getting way too deep. And they were exceeding max path and causing pre-commit and Node to crash. And I learned that I can cheat around this on Windows. Let's see, pre-commit, languages, Node. Where's the... Yeah, so on Windows, I can sneak around this by putting / or backslash question mark backslash at the beginning of a normalized path. And then Node and pre-commit would work fine. It's a little cheeky, but it does work. But it wasn't working on Python 2, so... so I fixed it. Yes, it is disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. It's one of the more interesting but terrible hacks inside pre-commit. But like all this stuff you have to do to normalize operating systems, like this is just one of the clever bits that's encoded in the source code. But it works well, so webs. In theory, like all paths should have this prefix when dealing with deep paths on Windows, but like whatever, until someone makes a bug report. And don't you guys just go make a bug report about this. I don't want to do it. But until someone makes a legitimate bug report, that's not just you guys trolling me to implement this terrible thing, I need to do this. Of course it was fixed in Python 3. That's being actively developed. Yeah, that's true, June. But this, like the patch that made it into Python 3 was actually still, while 2.7 had 2.6 and 2.7 had active development, so it should have been backported, but wasn't for some reason. You mean normalized Windows, aka the oddball OS? Yes, that's true. Yes. But let's see. So if I remember right, the thing that I need to fix here, let's see, pre-commit. Oh, hey. Hey, what's up, Nedrario? Thank you for the subscription. It's greatly appreciated. Glad you're enjoying the content. Yeah, happy to have you. It's because we didn't have cool bots to backport PRs for CPython. Yeah, that's true. The cool bots that Marietta has been working on is really useful. If you use cp/m, you wouldn't have any nested directory problems. Is that what? Did they not have directories? Is that what's the meme there? cp/m. No subdirectories. Amazing. Amazing. Wait, how can you not have a... How can you not have a root file? What? I'm not gonna try and think about that. It's just hurting my head. We're gonna pretend that I never saw that and just like... Yeah. We're gonna ignore that. I don't want to think about that at all. I have no idea how it's possible. I don't want to know. Nope. Wait, I closed the tab that I wanted. This one. Yeah, so I think what happens right now is all of the file names go through this classifier object, so I can write some very simple unit tests for this and go from there. I'm sorry for red pilling you on OS architecture. Yeah. I mean, if someone can explain to me how you could not have a root file system, then I don't know. I think then I would be okay. But my gut is that you would just do .. and eventually you would get to a point where you couldn't .. anymore, and then you would be at the root. But I don't know. Anyway, I think what I need to do is modify this classifier object, and let's see if I have any unit tests for that. Please have unit tests, please. Oh, I do, thank goodness. Not many though. Literally one test. Okay. Test normalizes file names on Windows to /. How do I want to detect this? I think the way I want to detect this is so on Python, use os.sep and os.altsep, which will be none on Windows or on Linux. But on Windows, you have this. So I think I only want to normalize in the case where I have both os.sep and os.altsep, and I'll replace sep with altsep. At least that is the plan. That's not gonna fit on line. I don't like the new context manager. So we'll just have some super deep nesting. actually... Okay, so the file name needs to exist. So we'll write out a/b/c, and we will do classifier with a \b/c. And we should get forward slashes. So I think that's the basic test. Like, it's not actually that, man, this patch is gonna be super easy, I think. Also, speaking of Windows hacks, I've heard that at a certain large corp, they use named pipes to do communication, but they do an awful hack over URLib to treat the named pipe as a socket. Are you talking about my work? Oh, I guess we don't do a hack with URLib, but we do have a socket hack for Gunicorn, such that oh, you're not talking about Lyft. Okay, cool. We do have this like interesting socket hack that makes Gunicorn work with files with socket files, like file sockets. That doesn't sound right. That can't be the word. It's socket files. But yeah, it does. It works. But it is a little bit weird. It's so that Envoy, so that Envoy can talk to Python services more reasonably. Just power cut if someone does cd ... Yeah. Verboten. Why do I get no root file system is defined when I try install in one partition? Oh no. Oh. Oh, can you not install Linux on an NTFS part? I guess it makes sense. I did used to run a Linux machine which had an NTFS drive mounted to it. That was a bad idea. I corrupted so many files doing that. Alias CD to sudo shutdown. Yeah. You can't open the root folder doesn't exist. New context managers. Oh, yeah. So they're new in 2.7. Can open Python 2. We'll just make a simple context manager. contextlib.contextmanager. So this is the most boringest context manager. It's just trivial. In 2.7, in 2.6 you couldn't do this. You couldn't have multiple context managers in one with statement, so you used this thing called contextlib. Nested. Contextlib. Oh, I already have contextlib, cool. So you would do this. And then you could do like, oops, oh shit. You would do this, and then like this to have multiple context managers, and then you could as them to a tuple, and say I didn't care about the first one, but I did care about the second one. You could do this. And this worked fine. And this had the nice side effect in that you could like have trailing commas here, and like you could line these up nicely. You can't really do this in the new style because it doesn't allow you to parenthesize this. There's no implicit continuation. So you end up doing like ugly hacks like this. And you can't have a trailing comma here. That's not legal. But you end up doing things like this, which I think looks uglier, and I think Black agrees that this looks uglier, and it tries to reformat and like has a hissy fit about these. But I want the syntax to allow something like this. Oh yeah, yeah, of course. It already the parser already knows that this is invalid syntax, but I want a syntax like this because because it would be nice. But the reason that I didn't do this syntax here is I usually avoid it unless the context managers will fit on one line. And none of the, like, I could probably fit this one with this one on one line, but then I couldn't fit this one, and then it would just be kind of weird. So I didn't do that. I just made my arrow-shaped code and called it good enough. Is that JavaScript? Yeah, it does look like JavaScript. Yeah, I could use variables and commas, but then, like, it's actually, like, the whole problem that getting rid of nested was trying to solve, and that, like, initialization of a context manager could have side effects, and, like, these ones are probably written correctly, but I happen to know one in pip that's not. I have this stupid patch that's, like, been bike shedded to, like, the worst depths of hell. Oh, it's merge conflicting again. But there's this context manager that performs side effects on construction. Yeah, so this context manager on double undernet sets up a temporary directory and sets an environment variable, which, like, is usually a big no-no in context managers, and so I had fixed it by adding these 3 simple lines of code here and this deletion here, because it was never actually cleaning up this environment variable either. There should be a simple patch, right? Conversation 43. Ugh. And I wrote tests for it. I fixed all the tests. I had to do all this, like, crazy indenting and stuff, but whatever. I'm salty about it. Perjuna's gonna pick that one up for me, so I don't have to finish it, but... Yeah, context managers. I really love context managers. I think they're one of the better features of Python. And in fact, in the templating language that I forked, I actually enabled context managers as a first-class syntax. I don't think there's any docs. There's no docs. It's fine. The tests are the docs, right? Pound width. Nope. Ugh. I think it's this test. Yeah, so you can write a context manager in source. So, like, this one prints out CTX before, then the variable that was passed in, then yields a number, then writes some stuff after, and you can call that in the template and retrieve the value that's sent out from the context manager, and, like, it works how you would expect. And I haven't seen this in any other templating language, but it was very, very easy to implement and, like, a pretty cool feature. And at Yelp, we actually used this to solve a lot of our nesting problems by just making context managers for our templating stuff. But anyway, I love context managers. I think they're great. Sometimes they're tricky though. They're hard to do. Y'all asked, can you quickly review my review my Twitch bot PR? Yes, I can. Is that what's unread in my inbox? It is what's unread in my inbox. Okay, cool. Cool. All right, so we'll look at that. See, that one tab completed nicely. Which hooks? I don't understand. Oh, yeah, the pre-commit hooks. That's what I meant. Sorry. What happened here? What changed here? Something's wrong here. Let me see what changed there. I envy that GitHub notification situation. Yeah, so I am very oh, this just got merged, so I can just delete this. Yay. Yeah, I'm very inbox 0 on my GitHub notifications. Look at this number though. And I think this is just the last 2 weeks. So yeah. A hard life. I'm actually gonna clone your branch to see what that was there. Because that file is supposed to be a symlink, and if it's not a symlink, we gotta fix that. Yeah, it somehow got... Oh, are you on Windows, Yoav? Are you on Windows, maybe? Oh, that's what happened. Yeah. I'll just fix that. Yeah. Okay. Looks good now. I think I can push to your branch because it's a PR. Can I explain what happened at least? Yeah, so on Windows, this is a symlink, and you probably don't have symlinks enabled. And so what it did was it rewrote... So in Git, symlinks are represented as files, and if you're on Windows and don't have symlinks enabled, it will just stick the little file on disk instead of the... instead of like doing nothing or any other option that I think would have been reasonable, but it's Windows, so whatever. And so it wrote the file on disk, and then pre-commit was like, oh, this doesn't look like a symlink, so this looks like a file, so I'm going to start linting it. And then it added a new line at the end of the file, and so it added a new line at the end of the symlink. So this is now a symlink that points to a file that's called activate with a new line at the end. Can we fix this in pre-commit? Probably, maybe. I don't actually know. Like, you'd have to... Oh, how would this work? You'd have to identify that you're on Windows and it was supposed to be a symlink file, but symlinks are disabled. And I don't know if there's a command that will show you that. But if you can find a command that shows you that, then yes, we could fix that. How can you enable symlinks? Usually the installer for Git will do that. Enable symlinks on Windows. Create symbolic links privilege. From the Perforce community. I think, yeah, this is how you set it up. You basically like opt into your user behavior. Yeah. It's Perforce, the ugliest VCS in the world. Yeah. Yep. But yeah, this patch should be good now. Files changed. Yeah, so now we just have the flags added on there. Which looks good. The whole point of this was so that you guys can't capitalize Linux and get past the bot. But I already gave you your ship it, so you don't get another cat or another dog. But we can merge this now. Go restart the bot. It's gonna let me pull? Nope. Yay, there we go. No auto deploys? Yeah, no, this is super jank. Run out of my own directory. It doesn't auto reload. This was me trying to learn async IO, so I wrote this IRC bot entirely from scratch. But yeah, it's super basic. I could probably spin up an async IO worker that sits there and stats the file and tries to see changes there and then like re-execs or something, but didn't implement that. But yeah, now you can do GNU/Linux. Don't do cat patch. No, patch is fine. It's not. There's nothing bad in it. the thing that I can't cat is this config.json though. But this is all the patches. There is some bug that happened at some point where it spun in an infinite loop, but I haven't been able to reproduce it yet. Presumably this is what happened, and if I ever hit it again, I'll be able to debug it, but I haven't hit that yet. But the hope is that one day I will reproduce the bug, and then I'll debug the bug. Debug the bug. But yeah. We will protect our homeland! Yeah, it's true, Hayden. We will protect our homeland. Oh man, that was a wild stream. Yeah, Tubeworm says async IO. Yeah, that was kind of my feel after working on it. Like, it's so easy to do it wrong, and like, I don't even know if this is correct. Like, there's some super jank about it. Like, I don't know how to quit this async IO app. I just do Control-C and I get this like weird... Oh, the stack trace is less weird than it was before. Yeah, this one. An open stream object is being garbage collected. Call stream.close explicitly. What? I don't know what I'm supposed to do there, because like I don't know that I guess these are the streams it's talking about? I need like a try finally in some way, or like maybe this is supposed to be async wait? I don't know. Let us close it by command. Oh, should I make a like re-exec command? Let you guys just like restart the bot all the time? What could go wrong there? Like, probably wouldn't allow arbitrary code execution. Hopefully. Perhaps this will help understand async IO. This is one of Lucas's tweets. Oh yeah, this was a cool talk. I haven't seen all of it yet, but async.io. Oh wait, no, is this talk done yet? Oh no, this is the one that he's submitting. Yeah. The slides look good though. I'm thinking of a different talk. But yeah, I should eventually look at that. Here's a spoiler for you. There's no nice way to stop it. That's what I thought. For 2020, yeah. I still need to put together some proposals for talks. I haven't keep procrastinating. I procrastinated way too much last year, to the point where I didn't submit anything. But I'm gonna try and give a talk this year. Hopefully about like linters or something. I don't know. Those are the things I'm passionate about, so I think that's what I would be most interested in talking about. I don't know if people would be interested in listening to that, but who knows? I mean, you guys are here, so clearly clearly I sometimes talk about interesting stuff. Okay, let's write some code. Surely that test isn't already passing. Test classifier. Exactly 80 characters. Okay, cool. So we have a failing test now. Oh. It's failing for not the reason that I care about. It's failing because os.path.exists is failing. But I think it's still a test failure, so I think it's still fine to iterate on. So we'll call that failing test good enough. We'll go work on that. I don't know what I could talk about. Any ideas? You could talk about pip, Prajun. I feel like you have all sorts of interesting stuff that you work on for pip. Like talking about the, what is it called? The dependency resolution stuff. Like that's, I think people would be super interested in that. I would be super interested in that. Tubeworm says there is a nice way to stop it. Some chick had absolutely decent blog posts about async IO, but I'm too wrecked to find them. Me. Does lots of JavaScript work. Also me. You mean this language named after a snake has indent-based blocks? Yeah. I miss curly braces, man. Maybe I'm wrong, but I miss curly braces. Oops. Oh god, what am I doing? Stop. There we go. Okay, let's see. If os.altsep is equal to / and os.sep is equal to \, on Windows, we normalize all file names to use /. This makes it easier to filter using the files regex. This also makes improperly written shell-based hooks work better. Improperly quoted. See, what was the issue number? It's 117. Wow. That's a big issue number. File names equals f for f dot replace os dot set os dot alt sep for f in file names, and that should make the test pass. I also want to. What do I want to do? I want to actually try this on Windows and show that it's actually fixing things. Normalize pass to /. Normalize pass on Windows to /. From future import braces, yeah. It's a good one. Import braces. Not a chance. The fun thing is there's like this, you could probably... I was working on this as a meme, as I do with some of my projects, with Anthony Shaw. So let me show you my other meme project that actually works really, really well. Future F strings, which apparently just got to 300 stars, which is just wild. It's like my third most popular thing I've ever written. Maybe it's fourth most popular I've ever written. Or did PyUpgrade finally pass it? This is my life. This is my life. I'm a power user on GitHub. It sucks. I wish GitHub did not crap out like this as much. Man, my audio is really popping today. Let me turn that down a little bit. You guys still hear me? A little bit better. Maybe I'm just like super excited today. Please load. Please, please, please. Load. You can do it. I believe, GitHub. 2 unicorns in a row. Okay, loaded this time. Oh, PyUpgrade did finally pass Future F strings. Okay. Anyway, so Future F strings was originally a like meme idea brought up in a bike shed code review where people were like complaining about different string formatting approaches. Oh yeah, the reason it probably loads for you is oh, I'm under 9,000. Damn, I'm gonna have to like do 100 things in the next couple of days. Oh, I've been slacking recently. See, the unfortunate thing about my contributions is like you can't visualize burnout if I had burnout, because like I still do things almost every day. I did nothing on this Friday? A couple Fridays ago? Weird indeed. But yeah, we're bickering about different ways to format strings in a PyTest PR, maybe it was a Talks PR, I don't even remember. But someone was like, man, I wish I could use F strings. And I was like, I bet I could make that happen. And so you use this like special encoding cookie, and this encoding as a side effect of decoding the source will rewrite the source code from F strings into format strings. dot format, so that you can use f strings in Python 2. And it's really wild, and it works exceptionally well. Like I implemented the full spec of the C parser for f strings in pure Python, and it works well. If you need UTF-8 and f strings, yeah. So the future f strings encoding is based on UTF-8. So it requires you to write UTF-8. If you needed some other encoding, then you can go fuck yourself, I guess. Hey, what's up, Peaky Dicers? Haven't seen you in a while. 999 words per minute. Holy, yeah. It's like 119. This is my actual. If it wasn't 98% a hack, I'd use it in pip. There's actually a proposal to make it less of a hack, such that you could use it as a preprocessor. But no one has worked on it in a while. Where is it? This one. So I sketched out this little demo here, which adds a build.py step to setup.py. And what it'll do is it'll run future f strings as a build step. And so you could distribute a Python 2 wheel with decoded with f string. You could distribute a source distribution with f strings in it, and then a Python 2 wheel with format calls, and a Python 3 wheel, 3.6+ wheel that has f strings in it, and this would run as a side effect. The eventual plan, and like I thought this person was going to work on it, but they didn't. But yeah, there's like a sketch on like how you would turn this into a first-class citizen, so that you could, you wouldn't have this. You would delete this line. You would just put setup requires future f strings, and it would just like magically do all the things for you. But need someone to implement it. No more setup tools, please. Okay, fine. Well, then never mind. But yeah, like this is how setup tools Golang works. You just set this and set some stuff about how you want to build a Go extension, and it does all the things. Quick4, what's up? Haven't seen you in forever. How's it going? Yeah, so for June, I could do future f strings dash encoding. The problem is the tokenization, the round trip tokenization library that I wrote and used for future f strings, tokenize RT. It requires, I guess it doesn't document this in the README. It requires UTF-8. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it just requires Unicode. Tokenize. What is the, tokens from source? Source to tokens is what it's called. Yeah, it requires Unicode here. Well, I guess it could be non-UTF-8, but future f strings just is like, please UTF-8. But anyway. You can extend it to other encodings. Yeah, I could probably make it happen. But macros, yeah, that would be pretty dope, right, Sarcastic Dante? Pull some C out here. Quick4, oh, we have the personal questions. We're all ready for that. Off to the races with that one. Are you still single? Yes. The answer is yes. The answer is sad, and it is still yes. But maybe soon. Aren't we all? You're watching me write programming on Twitch, and you're asking if I'm single. Like, Let me we'll Python about that one. Oh wait. Which one was this solving? 1173. 1173. Hey, what's up, next of kin? Thank you for the follow. Okay, so we have this patch now. It's way simpler than I thought it was going to be, I guess. And a test that demonstrates it. Let's see if it actually works. VM. Man, I hate that it scripts on Windows too. Pip uninstall pre-commit. Yes, pip install git pre-commit. Oh, my branch name is super long. I'm already regretting that. Normalize paths to forward slashes. Normalize paths to forward slashes. Cool. Hey, what's up, Carbon Chain? Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Oh, right, there's no Control R because it's command. So before this was backslashes, but now it's forward slashes. Yay! Okay, seems to work. hopefully that works well. Wait, did you ask another question, QuickFloor? How much money do you make at Lyft? A lot. We'll just say that. I'm not gonna give you the actual numbers. Oh, Parset, this is QuickFloor's thing. This is the personal question game. Finally, someone who uses full screen start menu. I actually like the full screen start menu. I only use like 6 things, so like these are my things here. Browsers, control panel, Git, VirtualBox, iTunes, you guys can judge me, and Shotcut when I do editing. I hate editing, it's so much work. Hey, what's up, Endurn? Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I like the full screen start menu. I think it's a good idea. I think people were like very hesitant about it. I like that it immediately goes into search. Like that part is great. I love that. But it's like the same on Ubuntu. Like it's like already into search here. Not using pure Linux. Yeah, you got me too, Worm. Carbon Chain says, hey. Oh yeah, you followed also. Hello, hello. You can copy the path name with the button. Can I? This one? Does that really work? Yeah, the problem is like in command, oops. In command, like paste is not a thing. I can press insert, no, insert doesn't do it. You have to like right click to paste. I always forget that, so it's easier for me to just type it out. Because I couldn't remember all those, and if I like typoed the wrong one, then I'd spend a bunch of time working on the other one. So there was some unstated reason as to why I didn't type all that out, or why I did type all that out. It is a thing. It's GNU plus Linux. Yes, it's true. It's true. So I guess like Dante says use git bash. Yeah, the problem with git bash is it knows that I'm running bash here, and so it changes the it changes the slashes. Because it knows I'm running git bash. Let me make that bigger so you guys can see. Oh no, I did it again. Let me make this bigger and then show you in command. So we got forward slashes there. Oh wait, How do I do this? Python-c import sys print sys.argv. What? This is not what I expect. Why are these forward slashes? Is it this that changes it? Anyway, the TLDR is like there's some situation where running the msys commands when run in command.exe know they're running in command.exe and know they're not running in bash, and they produce different outputs in different ones. I can't remember how to trigger it, but here's one that I know how to trigger. What is it? Curly brace? Oh, what was it? There's an old issue on pre-commit. Oh, there's a failing test for it. That's what it is. Tests, repository test. This is actually why PCRE is deprecated in pre-commit, is because there's a bug. Where's the particular one? Oh, it must be in... Oh wait, no, it's one of these up here. Single quotes, maybe? Oh, maybe it's brackets? Oh, I don't remember how to trigger it. But anyway, there's like some weird bug with... Maybe it's been fixed, but... Oh, how am I going to find this? PCRE... Closed... Deprecate the PCRE language, yeah. Xargs? No, I don't think it's this one. No. Anyway, there's some like weird regex situation. Oh, I have a bookmark for this, right? Packaged echo removes braces from command line argument. That sounds right. Yeah, so if I do echo hi with curly1 curly inside command, inside git bash, I get that. Inside command, maybe, man, if they fix this. Oh, maybe they fixed it. Oh, praise be. This bug was so annoying. I guess they fixed it. Oh wait, this is the wrong echo. This is not the git bash echo. That's not gonna work. I'm not sure what I expected there. Where's the actual path to this? Oh, I have the full path here. Does this still work? See, copy and paste, so fiddly. I did the right click. I don't know where I have git bash installed, but anyway, there's something like wacky there. Actually, see program files, capital Git, git bin, Open file location. Okay. C program files get user bin. Yeah, okay, still broken. Okay, never mind. They have not fixed it. So if I run echo with hi curly 1 curly, it breaks. Even though over here, user bin echo hi curly 1 curly works fine. And this is because CRT0, which is the like C startup code, does some like argument munging whether it's running in command.exe or not, and like produces broken results. But anyway, I spent way too many hours debugging that at some point, and oh boy. Oh boy. Install Clink. It gives Control-R, readline terminal. I don't use command.exe enough to like actually worry about it, so it's a good suggestion, but I don't think it'll like actually save me any time. Hashtag iTunes. Yeah, it's true, PT Dicers. GNU plus Linux works on Stallman's bot. Nice. Oh, that's a cool emote, Endorn. Like a cactus. Nice. Boo, Chrome, use Edgium. What do you mean Edgium? Oh, like Internet Explorer Edge. I noticed that your Discord status, Hayden, is playing playing Microsoft Edge. It was pretty great. Quickflare asks, why don't you have a girlfriend? What is the reason? I don't know. I'm busy. I'm busy, I'm shy. That's probably most of it. But, I don't know, I'm trying to make it happen. We'll see. We'll see. Endorn S, who says he's doing well. How about you? I'm doing fine. I'm a little bit tired because I, let's see. I ran a half marathon this morning, so that tired me out a little bit. But other than that, I'm doing fine. No Candy Crush on the start menu. Are you a wizard? Yes, I am a wizard. I got rid of the ads because they're annoying. Oh my goodness, I'm so far behind on chat. Holy crap. Shift insert, does that work? Probably. Yeah. Control Shift V would work inside git bash and inside bash. Does it really paste in command? Are you sure? I swore I tried it. Let's copy this. Control Shift V. No. It's just showing this Control V. Shift insert does though, so that's good. But I'm not gonna remember that. I'm not gonna remember that. What is my GPU? It is I think it's the 1180 Ti. How can I find that? I guess I can look at the photos I took of it. Where would those be? There's a build folder on my desktop, right? Right? Surely somewhere? Where is it? Oh, there it is. I'm blind. One of these should be the parts photos. No, that's the unboxing. Yeah, 1080 Ti. That's my GPU. You guys can kind of see most of that, but good enough. But yeah, you know, your typical parts parts splat. This actually isn't the full parts though, because I ended up buying some more SSDs. Yav says, going to sleep. Thanks for your stream. Hope you'll have time to see my PyTest PR. Oh yeah, I'll check that out. I'll leave myself, or I'll open up the tab. That way I can look at it later. Oh, if I could spell PyTest. I'm doing it in my other browser that I actually use to do actual work. But yeah, okay, got that open. Man, the music is really quiet now. What's going on? Hopefully that's better. Dun, 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 dun. So what's the problem, Kappa? Yeah. Did you ever use celery? No, I've never used celery. Is this the celery that I'm thinking of? The Python celery? Yeah, no, I've never used celery. Seems like a good idea. I just like haven't really found a use for it. Seems like decent, but like I've never used celery, so I don't know. All projects need massive queue worker fuckery that no one understands, but kind of works. Yeah. I wish I was born early enough to understand cron. Damn. Look at the shade there. I kind of understand cron, kind of. Have I ever told you guys? I don't think I've told this story yet. So, Yelp uses cron for a lot of stuff. And, a lot of stuff. And the smallest unit that you can write in a cron is 1 minute. Because, let's see, cron schedule. Because the way the schedule works is like it's minute. Oops. So if I do star, it will run. It will run every minute. So a minute is the smallest unit that you use. But Yelp was like, yeah, you know, running once a minute, that's not good enough. We want to run once a second. And so what they did is what they did was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They had commands that looked like this. And they would just splat out 60 of these. And so suddenly you have secondly crons instead of minutely crons. But it meant that whenever you would SSH to a box, you would see like thousands of sleep processes running because of this fuckery. It did work really well, but it was just like one of the like smartest dumb solutions I've ever seen to this problem. Oops. Yelp and cron. That's a whole different story. Uber/Ludwig is this project. Ludwig is a toolbox built on top of TensorFlow. I'm done. Don't care about TensorFlow. June says, I don't see any skipped tests. Oh, in the PCRE stuff? Yeah, there is a skipped test there. It's done sneakily. Repository test, PCRE. So there's this like xfail if no PCRE support. So this xfail applies to all of the tests in this class. And xfail if no PCRE. And this is defined in here. It runs this particular grep here. And the grep quote, the grep chokes on this single quote here. On Windows, and so this is how I detect whether PCRE is broken, and if so, it applies pytest mark xfail. So that's how that works. Quickfloor asks, where is Anthony's mind? It's right here. Are you asking like where I live? I'm not going to tell you where I live. Although, if you look at some of the past streams, I did open up a map that makes it pretty easy to pinpoint where my house is, so you'll have to watch my previous streams on YouTube. I can't believe you have Android Studio on your PC. Yeah, I work on Android stuff sometimes. I have like one app on GitHub, which is my my game. Oh, there's no screenshots here. Here's a screenshot of a bug, but it's a Sudoku-like game. But I originally wrote it in 2012 and updated it on stream almost 10 months ago, maybe somewhere around there. So far behind on chat. Oh, you're on the Insider, the Chromium-based Edge. Yeah, I thought that was kind of a bad idea. It removes all the bad Google stuff and eats up way less RAM. I believe it. I believe that. Yeah, I ran a half marathon this morning. Let me open this up and not show you where I live. But I have it on Strava. Strava's distance is a little bit different than the distance on my watch, but sure, this is probably fine to show. Here's me on Strava. 13.1 miles. My watch reported as 13.15, but like, I don't know, Strava disagrees about the GPS coordinates a little bit. But that's fine. Not the best pace. I think this was an okay pace, but like not my. It's definitely not my race pace, and it definitely is like could have been better. But yeah, here's my my route that I took. I went out and then back. And you can see my heart rate data, which is like started from rest. I didn't do any warm up, just like started running. Gradually increases to about 160. I don't know why there's a big spike here, but then it's like consistent for most of the rest of it. This is like right around where I turned around, so maybe I just like was like, oh, I'm halfway done. I'm gonna go faster now or something like that. I guess the pace is not that. My pace change? Yeah, so the starting miles are all 9-minute miles, and then the returning miles are all 8-minute miles. So that's probably what it was. But yeah, that's my run. Git bash also uses shift insert. Does bash use shift insert? Shift insert. Oh, it does. Insert just sends this wacky character sequence. Stream seems stuck for me. Play pause worked. Oh, I didn't drop any frames, so I assume it's a client issue. I haven't bought PC parts since 2014. Actually, that's a lie. I bought RAM this year. I had to buy PC parts because my computer just like died on me. Are you at Yelp now? No, I left Yelp in 2017. Yeah, 2.5 years ago. But yeah, I was at Yelp for 5 years, and now I'm at Lyft. But yeah, Yelp is opening a Toronto office, Peaky Dicers. So if you wanna work there, I could. I don't know that you want to work there. Why not a loop, one sleep at a time? Oh, because it was implemented with Puppet, and so you could pick your interval. And so like the 1 second was just like the smallest interval that it supported. But you could do like 5 second or 10 second or 15 second, and it would splat out all the things there. Damn, just started working on a PR to merge your Azure Pipelines config into GitHub Actions, and then I got to your talks config. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. It's kind of Azure Pipeline templates. I actually renamed this repository so that you can do Azure Pipelines templates, and Azure Pipeline, I think template works also. Oh, I didn't do that one. Well, I can never remember which URL is actually the right one. Yeah, there's a little bit of code here. It's a lot simpler than some of the other ones that I saw. Like the Azure Pipelines one for here is pretty whack. It's based on mine, but I didn't write it. Yeah, like this one's 160 lines. Mine is less than 100. It's actually not that bad, but I can explain each part. They're not that complicated. These are all the parameters that come in. This is so you can select which environments to run. This is so you pick your operating system and architecture. I don't actually use this architecture field anymore. This is whether to enable or disable coverage. This is whether to run pip wheel on tagged releases so that you could like get a binary artifact. You can set additional variables. This is so you can have more environment. You can run some commands before the test runs, and you can adjust the name so that if you need to dedupe tests. So we set the job name here. We have a matrix. This is so we can splat out the various Python versions or talks environments or whatever. This is probably the wackiest part of the whole thing, where it does version selection based on the environment name. Just to like select which Python. And we do some special work for Python 3.8 and for default environments. We just like default to Python 3.7 if you don't specify anything. And Python 3.8 is special for now. It should be unspecial soon when Azure Pipelines has direct support for it. But right now there's a special flag that gets set here. The operating system is picked based on those input parameters. We have to do... Oh, this fucking scripts bin directory thing strikes again. We have to pick which directory to look in a virtual environment based on what operating system we're on. We select the Python version to use. If we're Python 3.8, this is where we install from Dead Snakes instead of using the built-in Python 3.8, because there is no built-in Python 3.8. We splat whatever steps we're going to run before the test. Then we install talks, setup tools, and virtualenv. Then we run talks. And then afterwards, we collect and publish coverage. And if we need to build a wheel tag, we build the wheel and publish the artifact. It's actually not that simple. There's a lot of code here, but like most of the parts are straightforward. I don't know that GitHub Actions has an equivalent for coverage yet, but that would be the big one to check when, or that would be enough for me to switch, as if it supported coverage in the same way that Azure Pipelines does. But I don't know. Oh no. The build is red. No. Oh, it's broken on Windows. That was the only place we wanted to fix things. Oh. Test files running subdir. I guess I can just delete this from the test now. Man, this was an old bug. But yeah, now that they're all forward slashes, we should only see forward slashes. I typed the O before the space, so it typed completely the file name instead. Annoying. But yeah, PK Dicers, if you want to talk to some people from Yelp, I can put you in contact with some of my friends that still work there, and they could help you navigate the Toronto office dealio. But because I still have some friends that work there, we still chat, hang out, sort of deal. Cool. But that was the first thing that I wanted to do today. Was this fix. 1179. Aiden says, if I start stream, we should stream together, and I can throw all my issues with Python at you. That's fair. So it seems to be one of my roles at work. Python's broken. Anthony, can you fix it? We had this kind of fun bug on Tuesday, I think it was, where every symlink that was part of any deploy bundle had a string attached to the front of it that was just like wrong. And it caused every Python service to break, and any service that had symlinks that were important. And the way it failed was wild. It what did it do? It like complained about the encodings being missing while startup was happening. So like the first encoding that it happened to look for is the IDNA encoding, which is domain name something or another. But every Python service was just like crashing while deploying to staging. Fortunately, it was just staging, not production. And if it was production, it would have been a bad time. Because it was a Python stack trace, people are like, all right, time to page Anthony, time to get him to fix it. And I did end up finding the problem and fixing it and like rolling back, but it was a whole mess. Fortunately, it was only a problem with our legacy deploy stack, so our brand new shiny Kubernetes deploy stack will be fixed eventually. Oh, I remember a question that was way back that I forgot to answer. I did read it, but I just like didn't think about answering it. Someone asked about whether Envoy is better than Nginx. And let me tell you, I have opinions here. I think there are a lot of things that Envoy does that Nginx does not or cannot do. But there's a lot of like basic things that Envoy cannot do that Nginx can. Nginx. So I think they like kind of have different use cases for different things, but like, I don't know. Envoy will generally use more memory. Nginx will generally be simpler. One of them is YAML, the other is whatever Nginx config is. I don't know, but they can accomplish a lot of the same goals. What is this link you sent me? Oh, cool! You have a nice nice overlay thing. Nice. I don't have a start thing. I just go. Hey, what's up, Shendi? Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. What day is today? Saturday? Man, I didn't even say the date at the beginning of my stream. I was too like flustered, freaking out, setting things up. It's Saturday, October 19th of 2019. Yeah, and October is more than almost 2/3 done. More than almost 2/3. No, that's not right. It's almost 2/3 done. Crazy. Time's just it's flying by. But yes, the other thing that I wanted to work on today was trying to get some sort of progress bar working. So, unfortunately, I have to like feed through some state to make this work properly, I think. I don't know. I'm just gonna start working on it. I don't know. I'm not gonna write tests for it until after the implementation's done because it's kind of experimental, and I don't quite know how I want it to look. But if it works well and like I like the implementation, then I'll write some tests for it. That's my disclaimer. Actually, I think Chris worked on this at some point. Let me see if he still has that branch. I happen to know his fork is named precommit1 because I've done this a bunch of times. Progress bar. This sounds like what I'm implementing. Oh, and it's all in one commit. Perfect. Damn, this is almost exactly the code I was about to write. This is a little bit hacky, but it's fixable. Yeah, like essentially what I wanted is a callback that takes a percentage and like writes out the number of dots. this is just used as a sneaky state variable here. But yeah, this is almost exactly what I was going to write. So I'll definitely make sure to credit Chris in my implementation. Then you gotta pass through to all these. And then this is the actual... wait. Where's the actual implementation? It should be in xargs.py. Oh, he did this to make the test more, or the progress bar more interesting. Oh, this is before we did parallel stuff. Yeah, this is basically the approach that I wanted to take, basically passing through this report progress thing. So I'm going to implement basically the same idea. So I'm going to start from the bottom up, I think makes the most sense. We'll just call it progress. And we'll make it do nothing by default. This will allow anything that's already calling xargs to succeed. Oh, you're streaming at the same time? That's cool. Dang it, that means I can't watch. Red mapper. Oh, I see. Problem is we don't know the inputs and the outputs. I guess I could add it to the run command partition. How does this work? Red map. Run command partition. Partitions. The partitions should be... Oh, they already include the command. That's kind of annoying. Oh, but at least we just keep the original command in here, so that's fine. So we know how many we process by doing len of run command minus the length of command. We have to adjust this here. And then we can do progress. And we want to report it in a percentage. So it would be total processed equals 0. Total processed plus equals processed. And then the progress would be total processed divided by the total number of things. And somehow not dividing by 0. divided by length of varargs. This is going to divide by 0. So we'll leave it for now, and hopefully a test will expose it, and then we'll fix it when there's a test. If a test doesn't expose it, then I will write a test for it. Invalid syntax. Alright, you can't have paths here. Lambda none. Process is assigned to. Correct. Can't squad stream unless you're partnered. Yeah, it's true. One day we'll be partnered, Hayden. Today is not that day. I've still got 2 hours to stream. I mean, it depends how long I stream today. I haven't been streaming for very long. I also don't like very rigidly adhere to my schedule. It's mostly just like whenever I'm done, I'll start working on something else. Or whenever I'm like tired of working on things. Yeah, Babi. I need to work on Babi. Let me get this. Let me try and get this working, and then we'll look at Babi. Recommit. Let's see. Languages helpers. So this needs to pass quargs along. Okay, it does already. Run xargs. I'm not gonna bother fixing the linting right now either. But I need to do this over and over. This part's boring. I wish I could automate this. It's one of the kind of annoying parts about changing the signature of any of these. Bring my language is Python. Yeah. Still need this here. Ah yes, watching me type the same thing over and over and over. This should be crashing right now. Type error, run hook. Where we need to pass through progress. Oh, all those tests are gonna break. Dang it. Here's the progress callback. Let me just grab Chris's code directly. That way I don't have to think about it. This is a slow loop. For in range. I think this is just sysout standardout.write dot times this. Yeah, I think that's right. Print the hook and the dots first in case the hook takes hella long to run. This is probably written in 2014. Boom! 2014. Wow, the blame probably still even is correct there. And yes, it was Python 2 originally. Yeah, still blames from 2014. Amazing. Welcome back, Agent Smith. Yeah, I think this is right from Chris's thing. We need to get dots to print somewhere. What did Chris do for that? Message, comma. Okay, that might actually work now. Famous last words. Value error. Too many values to unpack. Get hook message. Oh look, and Joe Bateson has blame on this one line of white space. Seems like this is only in some cases. How did he change that? If end length. Sure. Seems fine. This function is now not type safe, so I'll have to actually like fix this later. Because in this case it returns 2 variables, but in this case it only returns 1. But we should be able to... Oh, it kind of works. Did you see? Maybe you can't see it on the stream. But you can see like autopipate jumps different parts. Is it worth the complexity though? Blankate doesn't because it runs a single process. It's kind of cool. But you really only notice it for the slow ones. And even then, like, it doesn't always happen. Sometimes it's just they all finish at the same time. That one just finishes instantly. Amazing. Py upgrade is a little bit slower than the other ones. Is that one? Yeah, kinda. I don't know. I don't think this is worth it. It's like kind of a neat idea, but the code becomes so complex. Anyway, I'm just taking a work in progress branch. And then work on Babi instead. I have to appease Flake 8. But there's like all sorts of stuff that's going to be broken about this. Because not all of the scripts call xargs, so not all of them call end up with progress. And what else will be broken? Yeah, I think mostly just that. But also I would want to make the function type safe as well. It's like sometimes returning a different type is pretty sketchy. Probably just split it into multiple different functions instead. Actually, I don't know why I'm fixing the end parenthesis. I could just have the hooks do that for me. So I really just need to do that. Then it'll fix it for me. You can kind of see it there. Yeah. Yay, pre-commit hooks. They just fix things for you. I don't know, that's kind of cool. I kind of like it. I don't know. Based on Chris Keel's branch here. Oops. I don't know, might be a cool feature. Maybe I'll pick it up later, but until then, that's that. Okay, let me switch gears and we'll start working on Babi instead. I didn't have much time to work on anything since last week. I did fix one little thing, which is Babi on Mac OS. That needs to be -A. Why are you not cloned here? Hastily Babi. Set up Birchland real quick. I wonder if Homebrew has Python 3.8 yet. Seems no. At least someone's working on it. Oh my god, 225 commits. I guess there's one commit per package. Holy Christ. I wonder if there's one for pre-commit. I bet there's one for pre-commit. Hey! Looks like it almost got forgotten too. Thank you, Burton Ha, for remembering my package for me. That chart boost. Huh, I wonder when they joined their new company. Looks like on January 14th. And they only work during the week. There's a lot you can kind of gain from people's GitHub things. Pleb. Hey, that's not fair, sarcastic Dante. Some people have real lives. Okay, but the thing that I fixed while I was waiting for a build to run is on macOS you can now press the backspace key and it works. For whatever reason, macOS sends a different character code for backspace than Linux and Windows do. So I just shimmed it out. Yeah, it sends this X7F character, which was... what was that character? That's the ASCII delete, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I just transform it into key backspace instead, and then my normal backspace handling works. So, that was one thing that I did while offline. Why do I have a notification? Oh, yes. This one. Oh, I see, we got pinged here. But yeah, I'm gonna review this PR later. Make sure it looks good. Close some more tabs. Okay, yes. Set today. Working on my text editor, babi. Trying to implement a command mode. Basically :Q. We did actually get :Q working last time, but there was like a whole bunch of stuff that I was like, this is not quite done yet. Oops. But yeah, we got a command mode where you can type a command here, and like most of this stuff works. Can't use control and the arrow keys. I should make that work. Although I don't have that working for babi itself yet, so I'll do that eventually. But like home and end work, and Control K doesn't work. That would be a nice one to add, but I don't know how much of readline I want to implement, and I don't know if I can just steal a readline implementation from somewhere else. That would be ideal, because I don't know. I don't really want to implement my own readline, although I kind of already did, so it's not that different. But if you run the or if it's an unknown command right now, it just prints to the status. Eventually, that would have to be like unknown command blah. But if you do :Q, it quits. And that was what we got working last time. But there's a bunch of stuff that's broken. In particular, if I enter this command mode and then I resize the window, it crashes because I have non-implemented resizing. So I need to worry about that. Also, it crashes if you type too much stuff. Crashes. How did you break babi, sarcastic Dante? Also, wow, you're using my text editor. Give me le bug report. What platform you're on and all the other stuff. It doesn't surprise me that there's ways to break it, because it's... I mean, it has a lot of tests, but it's, yeah. It's not very battle tested. Oh, did you just paste in, like, Unicode characters? That should work, as long as they're not multi-wide. Oh, they're multi-wide, yeah. Yeah, wide characters don't work yet. In fact, like... oh, it didn't do the scrolling thing that did before. Yeah, so here the scrolling's like all sorts of messed up. But yeah, I know about this. I know I need to fix it. There's an open issue about it. Wide characters. Is this a bunch of things are broken? Yes, it's the same as the Japanese characters. You paste this a bunch, it's just like all sorts of messed up. It does look kind of cool though. Wait, why is there one down here? What? Why? What is going on? Who knows? I don't know. There's something messed up with wide characters, but I know how to fix that. I just haven't started implementing it yet. There's this function called wcwidth, and there's a Python library for it. I don't want to use the Python library because I don't want a dependency. That's weird. What is their license before I look at their code? MIT, cool. I can look at their code. I don't want to taint with GPL. Yeah, essentially you build this table for wide symbols and for zero width symbols. And then you write this wcwidth function that binary searches both of those tables and determines their width based on that. There's also apparently another set that they don't binary search for a reason. But yeah, it tells you how long a wide character is. Don't you need n curses w? I mean, Babi uses n curses w. It uses whatever curses you have from your Python installation, so import curses print curses.file, and we LDD that guy, and you'll see lib n curses w. So yeah, it does work if you properly build your Pythons. Hayden says, lol, I suck at Python. Oh, you asked me earlier how you learn. I think honestly the best way to learn is just like keep trying stuff. Meant to be a 9gag clone, turned out to be a pulls app. Ain't joke. I get it now. That's pretty funny. Manage.py, are you using Flask? Django. I guess manage.py is more of a Django thing. For whatever reason, I've associated it with Flask because at work, people use manage.py files, and it makes no sense to me why they would bother. But would I prefer Flask? I think Flask is way simpler. They both have their problems. They both have probably too much magic. Probably too much magic? I don't know. Oh, initial commit 3 minutes ago. Oh, bro. You got your PyC files here. You'll need more git ignore. These are binary files. No, don't download it. I don't want your PyC files. I'm new to Python, leave me alone. It's fair, it's fair. Yeah, usually you don't check these files in because they're just binary. So often you'll see a git ignore. You'll see a git ignore with star.pyc and pyo. Pyo objects, honestly, I've never seen them generated. I know how to generate them, I just like don't think people usually run into them in a normal day-to-day. Why is there all this crap in here? I don't use IntelliJ or IntelliJ. Hey, what's up, Boo Boo Liboo? Nice name. Thank you for the follow. Are you new to git ignore as well? But anyway, you want this line and you want to delete the files first, because if you don't delete them first, it won't let you delete them. Because Git is user-friendly like that. Hey, what's up, Mosby lol? Thank you as well for the follow. Hope your day's going well. Valid argument name and yeah, see, Python's just kind of annoying. That's why I don't use it. No offense to Pilot. But yeah, that's how I fixed the wide character thing. It's actually not that simple because I also need to do like wide offsets and stuff and make that work properly. Hey, what's up, Hangman's Moose? That's also a good name. Thank you for the follow. I just create an exhaustive gitignore from gitignore.io. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like Kernel culting a bunch of stuff into gitignore. There's not that many rules to know. Like, I think there's 2 rules that I remember. One is, if it's at the root, you prefix it with a slash. And the other is star expands to just files in that directory. And then there's star, but like, no, if you're using globs and gitignore, you probably have a different problem. But usually I can get away with just like this as a gitignore. It's pretty standard for me. This one apparently is no longer necessary, if I remember right. Yeah, because pytest cache itself adds a gitignore with a star in it. And no new line at the end of the file. Maybe I should fix that. Oh, where will that be? Let's see, gitignore. You must be on a branch to make or propose. Well, put me on a branch. Dang it. Just, I use PyCharm and it creates a bunch of crap and I need to ignore. Also, I'm on a Mac, so there's DS Store. Oh yeah, those files are evil. Cache tag content. Cache tag content. It is a byte string with it. This one has a new line at the end, so that one's fine. Sure, pytest cache file has a new line at the end. Someone's gonna get mad because this creates a pull request directly and not on my fork, but don't at me. What is this while poking around? Makes cat pytest cache slash gitignore works slightly better. This guy's gonna yell at me. I already know. Because he yelled at me before in my other pull request. Just like, why? Why can't I click on this? There we go. Which one was that? This one. Because I also made this one from the GitHub editor, so that's why it's a Stilly Patch 1. It's like, please use your fork for PRs. Anyway. I'm ready to get yelled at again. Yes, I'm still listening to the music, YouTube. Although this time it waited 2 hours. So I don't know what's up. I don't know what's up with YouTube. Like usually it's like 1 hour and then it nags me, and then another hour and it nags me. But the first one was only 30 minutes, and now this is 2 hours. Maybe it's like exponential back off now or something. Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, so let's try and do what I want to do today. Oops. Okay. So the first thing that I want to do is make resizing work, because I think that's way easier than the other parts. And the problem with that is I need to be able to resize all of these components and this component at the same time. So I need some sort of like callback structure. inside this prompt here. So I need to be able to I need to be able to send a notification to redraw these other components up here. Maybe I just... Oh yeah, and I can't control C here, so I should be able to do that to cancel. But I can't do that yet. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen to this command line module thing, but that they're not implemented yet. Okay. So the status bar, or I mean, Nano and Babi are similar. I basically have a header bar, and then the contents, and then a status bar at the bottom. And I need to re-render those whenever window size changes. Which keyboard makes this beautiful sound, ThanosDB asks? Well, my chatbot actually has the perfect answer to this question. It also has the answer to my other keyboard, which oh wait, you almost can't click on Discord. This is my other keyboard. It's just a little baby keyboard. But I do have I guess I have 3 mechanical keyboards now. 2 of them are the same because I liked this keyboard so much. The story behind it is someone in chat was like, "Man, your keyboard sucks. Why does it sound so awful?" And I was like, because I don't know anything about keyboards. And they're like, "Let me buy you a keyboard." And I was like, that's a little bit weird, but okay, I guess. And we met up. They were a normal person. They were really cool. And yeah, now I have a nice keyboard. And I liked it so much that I bought another one for work. Step 1, mute. Step 2, delete PHP. Seems about right. Oh, someone approved this already. That was quick. Nice. Before I could get yelled at. Yeah, so I'm currently constructing the header inside main, and I think I probably also want to construct the edit. Oh, not steps your keyboard bindings. Oh, I see. Yeah. This is the mute button. This is the delete PHP button. Yeah. Yeah. Currently, it's play pause and toggle the lights. But yeah, I like it. Sounds good. How fast did I run this semi-marathon? I did it, so today's half marathon I did in 1 hour and 58 minutes, which is not very fast. Well, it's not very fast for me. It's not my race pace. My fastest half marathon was 1:49:55, which is much better pace, but I also injured myself doing that, and that was last year. My 5K pace is like a 7:10 mile, 7:20 mile, and my fastest mile I ever ran was 5 minutes and 24 seconds. But I don't think I can get anywhere close to that pace today. That was in college when I was running like 5 miles a day. But yes. Oh, so we already have the file. So we really just have file and status. Hey, what's up, ThanosDB? Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the question about the keyboard. Okay, so the 3 things that we need to be able to draw or re-render are this file object, this status object, and this header object. And the resizer kind of needs to know about this margin thing. And it also needs to keep track of the screen so that it can draw things. But it looks like all the draw methods only take the screen and the margin, so I think we can keep that as its state. And basically, just whenever it resizes, it'll reset this margin and then redraw all the components. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Margin header status, first file. We'll do it below that so I don't have to do any forward references. There's a lot of methods in the file class. Resizer. Header always takes those arguments, so we'll pass in the header. And I guess file will be also required. Actually, we can just call this screen. This will represent all of the components that are on the screen. And in theory, we could take just the same arguments as that. Oh, or it could take files. That way we could compute this and this. And this. Files and I. And how does the color test work? Does the color test even have resizing? No, it doesn't. It just draws the header and then draws this. So I don't have to worry about that. This will get us our header. Current file will be should we just do file? That'll get us our current file, and then we need our status. We also need to pass in screen. No, this is too long. Oh, we need margin. Right. From screen. And then we need to have a resize function, I guess. I don't know what that's going to do yet. Brainwashed asks, can you explain how type hinting works behind the scenes? Does just the fact of importing a library then cause the parser to act differently and recognize the hints? So the hinting actually doesn't do anything. at runtime usually. So I mean, it kind of does. So if I have like x int to stir, and I completely ignore the type annotations, like this function you can still call and like it still works properly. Behind the scenes, it gets this double under annotations attribute, which tells you like this is an argument annotation for integer, and this is the return annotation, and it's a string. Actually, I wonder what happens if you have a function where the variable name is called return. I don't know if that'll work. Hey, what's up, Cast9? Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Actually, how would I do that? I could construct an AST. fn.body 0 .args 0 .args 0 .id .name. What is this thing? .arg. Of course. args.args. args.args 0.arg equals return. And then we can do compile fn file name foo mode exec, and then we do exec code. Is that how this works? What's the function name? F dot annotations. Haha, we broke it. This has a function. This is a function which has a argument named return and has a return annotation. Anyway, way down the fucking rabbit hole here. But anyway, the way that type hints work is you annotate your code, essentially a bunch of comments, and then you'll use a third-party tool to validate them. The most popular one right now is MyPy, which, if Ethan is still in the chat, Ethan works on MyPy. But MyPy is a type checker that will validate these annotations. And in my particular code, I hook up MyPy through precommit, so I tell it to use this version of MyPy, and it just runs and it does the right thing. And it'll tell me if I have type errors on stuff. Yeah, hopefully that helps you out there. Hey, what's up, Mr. Blade Brown? Thank you for the follow. Hope day's going well. And yes, type hinting is new in Python 3, and it was enhanced in Python 3.6 by allowing variable annotations. And you can still use it in Python 2, but you use comments instead of the actual annotation syntax. Cast9 asks, you wrote Flake 8. I did not do the original implementation of Flake 8, but I am the current maintainer of it. So I have contributed a lot to Flake 8. Where's the contributors? I've written a lot of Flake 8, but it's like Ian also wasn't the original maintainer either. Also, there's two Ians. This is the same guy. I think Tarek is the original author. I don't remember. I think that's right though. But yeah, recently I've been doing a lot of work on Flake 8. I guess less so than this guy. Also, Eric has been doing a lot of work recently as well. So Ian kind of got burned out on open source, which I don't blame him. He works on a lot of stuff and like has a lot of responsibilities. And so he like didn't really have time to maintain all of the stuff, and so I volunteered to take over and maintain it. And so I have run a couple of releases. I do a lot of like feature and bug fix work on it, and I also integrated it with precommit, so works well there. But yeah, I'm the current maintainer. Ian also stops in from time to time to poke about some issues, and so like he's still somewhat active, but like it's mostly like, he hasn't contributed much since 2018. Whereas I basically took over mid 2018 to make a release, or maybe was that 2017? I don't know. There was some time where it was like Flake8 hasn't seen a release in a year, and I was like, I'll do it, and so I've been working on that since then. Have you fixed up your PyC files with your getignore? Is this directory supposed to be checked in? I feel like this directory is not supposed to be checked in too. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this directory is also supposed to be getignore, Hayden. It's 9gag, just with less gagging and more choking. Oh, that's funny. I like that. I like how you've licensed it to me, though. That seems it seems like some good copy-paste there. Hey, what's up, Kautsos99? Thank you for the follow. Direct curl from your repo. Also 2017 me, so not even modern day me. Old school me. That's funny. Oh, does it say this is not legal advice? That's great. Amazing. Cool. But yeah, seems you've regenerated again. Nice. Anyway, yeah, looks better now. S9 says I've been slowly configuring my Vim/NeoVim environment into a Python IDE. Nice. Well, I'm a little embarrassed to say that I don't use Vim all that much. I usually use Nano. I'm working on a Nano clone. Have you tracked Emacs? Yeah. So I think resize actually doesn't take any arguments because it will be able to infer everything from the environment sort of dealio. I also think it can just take a draw method. Let's see. And draw will essentially do this here. So if margin.header self.header.draw I realized I called it self.screen above. Fix that. Self.file.draw and self.status.draw. So we resize, we need to, what do we do down here? Underscore resize. We do all of this stuff. Hey, what's up, Space Monkey? Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Let's see, curses.update lines calls self.margin margin.from screen standard screen self.file.maybe scroll down, right? Because when you resize the window, sometimes you have to scroll. And then we return the margin. I don't think we need to return the margin anymore. But we do need to redraw. Which will cause it to draw twice in some cases, but I think that's fine. Well, you don't even use autocomplete. Yeah, there's no autocomplete. Well, there is autocomplete in Nano. It's just like really, really broken. Doesn't really work that well. But Babi will probably have autocomplete eventually. Maybe. We'll see. Joey's Bites asks, do you find you know a language better since you're not using an IDE with completion hints? No. I think like, well, I mean, I read the docs a lot more, maybe, but I don't think it makes me a better developer. In fact, I think it makes me a worse developer, but I just deal with it. S says, I've never used Nano. That's probably a good thing. Nano is pretty bad. Also, don't worry about the bot. The bot's just trolling. It's memeing. It's a dumb meme. Hey, what's up, Grandmaster Tux? Thank you for the follow. Wow, the Grandmaster themselves is now following. I've never seen anyone use Nano for anything other than simple text editing. Well, at the end of the day, am I not just simple text editing? You should add Emacs to the GNU / thing. PR is welcome, my dude. Is Emacs a GNU project? If you want to add it, it's very simple. You open up this file and you search for Nano, and then you just modify this regex here. Have at it. Yeah, Babi is my text editor. That's kind of a Nano clone that will have better what's it called? Better features. I don't know. It'll be better. I promise. Sarcastic Dante, you want to be able to say Emacs, don't you? But yeah, this will cause a double draw in the edit case, but I think that's fine. I think that's fine. So we'll do screen.draw. Oh, we don't edit over here, right? Okay, but I think I like this. So edit will now take a screen. We'll no longer have this. Screen.file.ensure loaded. Oh. That's a little weird. Look, I'm thinking this should happen in the parent thing. We'll have screen equals screen files. Is that how this gets? We need standard screw and files. And I don't think we have this I anymore. Screen.I equals screen.I mod. Oh. Probably move this into that class. Probably. We don't need to rebuild this header. But we do need to rebuild the header. We'll fix that in a little bit. It'll be broken for a little bit. It's fine. Edit the screen. Okay. That should kind of work now. GNU/Windows. Yeah, that one's the real joke. The joke is that Microsoft now ships a Linux kernel with Windows to do Windows Subsystem for Linux, and so Windows is actually a GNU product. I don't know. I thought it was funny, but maybe I'm not the funniest. Oh, right. Maybe I get rid of this header class. Because it's only used... It's not used there anymore. It's only used inside this screen, and I think the screen could probably just do that drawing itself. And like all of the state here is really just the state of the screen. So I think I'll combine these two. Draw header. Oh, what happens if there's no file? Is file optional? Oh, I think file name is optional. I don't know. We want this code. If self.file.modified, if len self.files is greater than 1, IDX is just I. F string, expecting curly brace. Indeed. Undefined name I. Alright, we don't have header anymore. Undefined name I. Self.I. Status.tick. Screen.status.tick. This should be screen.draw. Oh, this should just be screen.resize. Okay. Oh no, is this gonna be too long? No, we're good. Oh, this one's tricky though. I don't like how much state I'm adding here. That's fine. Del screen.files I should be screen.I. I think the linter's passing now, so maybe it works. No. Alright, this is the... Oh, that's margin. We don't have this anymore. Oh, this is gonna break the color test. That's fine. We'll just not draw the header for color test for now. Look, it's fine. No header, whatever. Green has no attribute header. Hey, what's up, Genzai? Thank you for the follow. It's kind of a cool name. I like that. And JW9S, thank you as well for the follow. Oh, I'm so far behind on chat. No. Did you add Emacs is identical? I bet you added Emacs. I'm very displeased with this change. I'd just like to interject for a moment while you're referring to it as Emacs. It's in fact GNU/Emacs. Oh, you guys are hilarious. I love it. Does this fit the 80 character limit? Did you run the hooks? Okay, you're good. You passed this test. Alright, you got random GIF. What are you gonna get this time? Oh, you got the pirate cat. Pirate cat's good. I like it. Alright. Alright. We'll restart the bot. Alright. Sarcastic Dante got one last Emacs in. Dissidentu says, look at you, Anthony, your stream is growing. Yeah, man, I have 56 viewers. It's wild. I don't even know what's up there. Apparently whatever I'm working on is interesting enough. But yeah, it's I'm excited. Seems cool. I'm glad people are interested in what I'm working on. I don't know why you'd be interested in this text editor though, but it's kind of cool. Windows equals 0, so GNU/Windows would be division by 0. Nice, parse it. Yeah, I can see that. Developing a text editor with a text editor. Yeah, I'm not self-hosting yet. I'm still using Nano to work on it, so it's still not quite there yet. I can save, but there's like a bunch of features that aren't quite what I would want yet, so it's not quite there yet. And yes, specs, I'm working on a curses app, as you can see from my like terrible stack traces. And hello, JW9S. I guess using GNU Nano is better than using Vim Kappa. Yeah, we'll run with that. Joey's Bites asks, what are we writing? I'm working on a text editor. It can do some stuff. It will eventually replace my usage of Nano. Right now it's just a really bad Nano clone. Why did the build fail? Why? Build fail, why? Why you fail? Missing coverage, 511 to 513. Oh, it's not that, it's the master coverage. Oh man, it's a dumb typo. Let me just confirm that that fixes it. Yeah, so my text editor has full test coverage right now, and so I typoed the word pragma, and so it ended up being a little goofed up there, but now it should hopefully pass coverage here. Yeah. But yeah, so I'm working on a text editor. It does some stuff. Sorry, I got distracted while describing what it does. It does a couple things right now. One of them is this color test. I'll eventually be using these colors to implement syntax highlighting. It doesn't have syntax highlighting right now, but eventually. It can open a file. You can navigate the cursor around. It has some key combinations that cause the cursor to move, like page up, page down, Control A, Control E. It'll eventually support more of them, but for now it does some. Unknown commands will show in the status here. This actually, it doesn't look like this anymore. It now produces a different output, but close enough, similar to that. You can scroll, so this is it scrolling down in the file. It can also scroll horizontally, so this is the like little continuation characters. It does some other stuff. I don't know that I've put screenshots for it. One thing that it does is you can open multiple files and switch between them. So this is file 2, and this is file 1. And like it maintains the state between the two. Like this is the third file. I can close that, and it'll go back to the first two files. What else does it do? Not that much. The branch that I'm currently working on. Let me just push this before I forget about it. Come on. The current branch I'm working on adds some like command-like mode. Git branch-r. Once we set up an environment for it. The like this is mostly a meme though. The command mode allows you to type a command here. Right now, if you just type any unknown command, it'll do that. But the meme is that I can quit babi using :q. And so I guess the meme is that you can quit it in any way that you want. So like nano, you would quit with Control-X. Emacs, you would quit with Control-XC. Which does work because it triggers the Control-X from nano. And in Vim, you would do escape :q. So you can quit babi in a lot of different ways, but we're working on improving the command mode right now. Particularly like if you go into the command mode and you resize the window, I haven't implemented that yet, and that's what I'm implementing over here. Another thing in command mode that doesn't work right now is if you type too many characters, it doesn't know how to do the scrolling yet. So that's not done yet. There's also some other commands that don't work, but that's what we're working on. Top quality GitHub banter. Oh, yeah, I see. I see what you're talking about. I thought it said banner the first time. I'm like, what? I'm working on Emacs. Yeah. Oh wait, no, that was when I changed the bot. I see now. I see. Oh, you're working on plus support for my bot or for your bot? One of the two bots. Your streams are great. That's why. Okay, there we go. There's the the wholesome reasons. I don't know. I try and produce decent content, explain what I'm working on, interact with the audience. So that's what makes a good stream, right? Actually, no. Does anyone actually know? You sound like a nice guy who cares about his audience, and that's always a plus. Cool. Artheno says, Lucas promoted your stream in his keynote at PyCon-D. I did hear about that, which is pretty cool. Somebody mentioned me on Twitter about that. Who was it? Who was it? And did I retweet it? Maybe I retweeted it, so then we can find it there. Yes, YouTube, I'm still listening. Yeah, this one. Finally, we know who's maintaining half of all Python packages. It's the one and only Anthony, except it can't be one person. But yeah, it was pretty cool. Pretty cool shout out. I'm very appreciative of it as well. But yeah, I do maintain a lot of crap, so it happens. How would the performance of a text editor written in Python be? I hope it's good. So that's the thing. Right now, I haven't tried to optimize any performance yet. But like it starts instantly, and like currently it's super slow what it does. Like this is me entering text, and like if I hold down the character, like it renders basically how you would expect. But the thing is, I haven't done any performance improvements at all. Right now, every action, including just like the arrow keys, causes this entire screen to re-render. I could optimize, or like I should be able to optimize it. Like character, or like arrow keys should not re-render anything. It should just change the cursor position. Pressing a character on this line should only render this line. In fact, it could probably only render these 3 characters. But I haven't optimized any of it yet. I'm hoping to write, like I'm writing it in such a way where I'm like thinking about it in the back of my head, like if I need to optimize it, this is what I would do. But I haven't done any of that yet. Also, is this the new PyPy? No. I haven't updated my machine from the latest updates. So let me quickly upgrade some parts of my computer. I automate the setup of my computer using Puppet, and so when I make changes, I just like pull the latest branch, and then I run Puppet, and it knows how to, in this case, remove the old version of PyPy that I was using before, and install the new version. Kind of doing it out of order though, which is a little bit concerning. Like it's not an atomic update right now. I could fix that, but I haven't yet. And this is it installing the latest PyPy, I think. And so now if I do python3 version, yeah, so now I have PyPy 7.2, which actually includes a fix that I did. But the long-winded thing here is if it ends up being too slow, I've made sure that babi is compatible with PyPy 3 so that, oh wait, this is the weird branch. The tests don't pass on the in progress branch because I haven't fixed them yet. But if it ended up being too slow, I could use PyPy as a high performance Python implementation and then hopefully not have to worry about the performance parts. Eventually. Yeah, it is like buffers in Vim, the multi-file mode casts. That's the plan there. Dizidentu says, do you tokenize? I haven't implemented the tokenization yet, but I will have to tokenize to do the syntax highlighting stuff. And the plan is to use the syntax highlighting from TextMate, which is what like Visual Studio Code and Sublime and all the other ones use. And so I'll have to implement that, but that's the plan. Gotta make it happen eventually, yes. Hey, what's up, Hertux? Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. And Rialthal, thank you as well for the follow. Someone give me a hand here. Cannot import name app from 8choke. How are you running it? That's your code. From 8choke import app. And hey, what's up, Wacky Hacky Ponage? That's a great name. I like that one. Thank you for the follow. How are you running your app is the question here. Is if you're running, you do like, actually this should work. This looks fine. From 8choke import app.run. Oh, you know what? You have a circular import. It's a circular import. If you're using Python 3.8, which has my latest patch, it will actually tell you about that circular import. Let me demo that, since it's something that I spent some time on, and it was in this directory. From B import C. From A import C. So in 3.6, you get this like annoying cannot import name blah. In fact, like I think you sometimes get cannot import name blah from B. Yeah, this is the error that you're seeing. But in 3.8, you now get this fancier message, which is cannot import name C from partially initialized module, most likely due to a circular import. And so it'll let you know more obviously what's going on, and hopefully hint you at, oh, I have circular imports, I should uncircular them. How can I shorten these cases? GNU sep word for sep and sep. You could do is identical. Oh, let me paste it so that people can see what this is. So you have this right now. which is a lot. But the thing you could probably do is it's already ignore case. Well, it's already re.I, which could get rid of GNU and GNU, so you don't need this anymore. And then the separator is just a single, like if you have a regex. I don't know if you have a regex. If you don't have a regex, you could probably do it with a regex. But you could do like GNU plus / word like this, and then words equals pipe.join word I don't know, like nano Windows Emacs, etc. And then F words, maybe something like that. No, that might be how I would write it. Re-rendering Python. Yeah, the whole screen is re-rendering, and it's all in Python. This is Nano, not Babi, but it's it should be like kind of slow, but maybe better. What is PyPy? PyPy is Python written in Python. Sarcastic Dante has been burnt by PyPy, so he's very salty about it. But it's a JITted Python. JITted being a just-in-time compiled, meaning that at runtime it makes your code faster. Basically, that's the TLDR. But it's I don't know. I like it. It's pretty good. It is usually buggier than CPython, mostly because it doesn't have it doesn't have enough funding. It doesn't have enough people working on it, and in a lot of places it doesn't have as many users using it, and so it often like falls behind or has bugs. But I don't know. It's mostly pretty compliant. It works pretty well. Ah, another patch to the chatbot. Cases. Oh. I see what you're trying to do here. You're replacing this code. I see now. Man, I hate Itertool's product. It's... I mean, it works, but it's like... Fine. Ship it. I don't like Itertools, but good enough. Works for me. You got the black cat with a high five. I like this cat. It's a good cat. Woo. Ah, improving the bot while live. What could go wrong? Git pull fast forward. All right. Okay, so now you can have GNU plus nano. And it replies with, yes, GNU/nano. I think you got a bug is identical. I think you got a bug, buddy. You'll have to fix that one. How is that a circular import? This one here? So this init.py loads the views module, and then the views module loads init.py from here to try and get app from down here. So before this module, this init.py module has been initialized and has this app attribute, it's trying to import this views module. So that's why it's circular. Sweet improvement, yeah. Oh, I had to go. I missed all of what you said beyond talking about Python 3.8's catch of circular imports. Oh, okay, yeah. I've just now explained it, so hopefully that helps you, Hayden. Wacky Hacky Ponage says, using Nano as an IDE, you are a badass. Or a fool. I think I'm probably a fool. It's probably the the real answer there. Yeah, because Nano's really bad, but I'm making it better. That's why I'm making Babi. Babi is the better, will be the better Nano eventually. It is not yet a better Nano. Right now it's a crappy Nano, but it'll get there. I really can't do anything without at least some assist from the code completion in PyCharm. I eventually want to replace it with completion, or like implement completion. I think that's really hard though, so that's why I haven't done it yet, or I haven't like tried to do it yet. Also, I don't use it in Nano, so it'll be like a bonus feature eventually. This is an awesome channel with a capital A. Thank you, Wacky Hacky Ponage. I don't know if I'll use Jedi or I'll use what's the other one? PyLS, no, the language server stuff. Brainwashed asked, have you ever considered tmux? I do use tmux, not very often. The thing is, there's some stuff about tmux that I don't like. Like, anytime I want to copy and paste stuff out of it, it's kind of annoying. Yeah, I've enabled mouse mode for tmux because that's, like, one of the things that I use a lot. But I do, like, use tmux and, like, know some of the things about it. And, like, how to switch windows and splits. And most of what I use tmux for is this. Is to synchronize panes, and usually it's to debug differences. So like say I'm running Python 2 and Python 3 and I want to, like, maybe I'm stepping through an application and like running code like x equals 5 or something, and then is instance x stir will be true and like stir is bytes will be different, and so like maybe there's some code that branched differently based on something like this. And so that's most of what I've used tmux for, but I find that it's too annoying from like using a normal terminal and tabs, and like I'm pretty used to like switching around tabs pretty quickly. Although you'll see I do use the mouse to switch between windows, which is a little newbie of me, but like whatever. It works for me. So did I close that window? Yeah, I did. I don't know, it works fine. Subscribe for more amazing content. Yeah, it's funny. Did you mean the Microsoft's Python language server? There's this package, it's called like PyLS. This is the, I guess it's Palantir's. This is the one I was talking about, which people seem excited about. But the language server protocol, I think, is Microsoft's thing. I don't know. I'll use whatever standard that people convince me is the best one to use. I haven't picked one yet, so I don't really know yet. Yes, Hayden, you done goofed there. Did I really break the test by doing this? Christ, that's annoying. I bet it's the... That was weird. Yeah, it is actually the get ignore test that failed. I don't know why it didn't just jump to here. Oh, that's annoying. Fix that now. Oh wait, it's not there. It's the other one. And yes, I typoed grep here, but it worked just fine. This is a bad test. I have an alias in my git config for some typos. Like I type commit with only one M sometimes, and I group it up sometimes, and so I've added those as aliases. Hey, what's up, Jas2K? Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, it saves me some time sometimes. fix that. That's that thing. Back to Babyland. That gets fixed. Close some tabs out here so we get back to what we're working on. Babby. This was the pre-commit stuff. This is not fixed again? You're still failing tests. Why are we still failing tests? No. Pre-commit run has missing coverage. It never branches from 41 to 43. That seems weird. This is the thing that we worked on before working on Babby. It never goes... Oh, so it always hits this branch. Okay, we can fix that. Test classifier normalizes, let's see, does not normalize backslashes on Windows. With mock.patch.object os.path, we need to make lexists return true. And mock these ones. Alt sep will be none, and sep will be /. Classifier equals classifier. A/B \c, which is a valid POSIX file name. Should have an R. A/B \c. Cool. That should cover that case. That'll fix that test. Okay, cool. They also have an implementation of it where it is used in the VS Code package and Python tools for Visual Studio. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's neat. Might be helpful to look at that and see how they do it. Wacky Hacky Ponage asks, what do you use for scheduling tasks on regular intervals like cron? Currently looking into Celery, but I'm not convinced that it's the way to go. So, for my personal stuff, I only have a couple of things that are croned, so to speak. And those are this script here called watch pliz. The story behind this is my employer Lyft, which is where I work, has lots and lots of, oh well, I'm not going to sign into that here, has like thousands of GitHub repos, and I don't want to watch them, because I don't care about every little bit of activity on every single Lyft repo ever. I would lose my damn mind. So I turn off, there's a setting in, oh, do I want to show this on screen? Is this going to give something away? Hopefully not. Where is it? Actually, let me do this off screen first. Make sure that I don't just like show something that's personal. Notifications. Yeah, it's this one. Okay, so in this tab here, I've unchecked this automatically watch repositories thing, but unfortunately, I definitely still want to get notifications for my own personal repositories. So I wrote this script that runs periodically that just scrapes all of my repositories, unsets a bunch of them that I don't care about watching, and adds myself as a watcher to them using this subscribe API. But I run this periodically, and the way I do that currently is through Travis CI crons. Travis CI /install/watch please. This one might show a token too, so let me hit settings. Okay, yeah, no, it doesn't show a token, so I can show this one. So I set this up to have a daily cron that runs periodically, and that works pretty well for me. I use the same approach for the documentation of pre-commit. So this docs gets re-rendered once a day. These docs here, this website, mostly so that this page can stay up to date. So that also uses Travis CI cron. What is the other one that I do? Oh. There's these mirror repos that I maintain that need periodic updating. So, see all these like mirrors MyPy. It gets updated by this cron mirror creation, again using Travis CI cron. What's up, QB? Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. And the last thing that I do via cron, this one is not using Travis cron, is the nightly builds of python3.8 and 3.7 for Ubuntu. And this one is fun. Azure Pipelines cron is like horribly broken for dumb reasons, and so I have to like hack around it. And so what I currently do right now is... Oh, it's not in the script. Where is it then? Oh, it's probably in the YAML. Yeah, okay, here it is. So Azure Pipelines cron will only rebuild if you've looked at the Azure Pipelines output or made a commit within the last 24 hours. So it's like super broken there. So the trick is I just make a commit as a side effect of the cron. So this forces the cron to keep rerunning. And it does do this really annoying thing in that my GitHub feed on my homepage mentions these commits every day. So I get these like obnoxious Dead Snakes issues bot pushes to this repo. Commit that'll be amended repeatedly. Yeah, this is the like hacky make sure that it keeps running hack. But it works. But yeah, those are my current cron things. I also have a machine that I try and keep up all the time. Unfortunately, it's a Mac. And I haven't done any crons, like actual crons on it yet. So there's nothing there yet. But yeah, I would probably just use traditional cron myself. But I don't know. Like, I haven't used Celery before, so I don't know anything about it. And cron mostly has worked for me. So, shrugs. But hopefully that answers that. WJ Danma says, any tips for beginners to Python? I usually suggest learnpython.org. It's alright, it's pretty good. There's a couple other like Python learning websites that are pretty good, but I can never remember their domain names because they're not as obvious as learnpython.org. But honestly, my biggest suggestion for getting into programming is to find something you want to build and then build it. You'll be much more motivated than just like working through toy problems, and you'll learn a lot more because you're invested in building that project. This is actually my approach whenever I want to learn something new. Is I'll build a project around it, and learn in that way. For instance, like the chatbot that's in Twitch chat right now, I wanted to learn async IO, so I built this Twitch bot where I learned, I wrote it using good old async IO and learned that I don't really like async IO that much, but it works, so it was a good learning experience. That's kind of my tip. Hey, what's up, Bash1750? Thank you for the follow, friend. Hope you're doing well. And WJ Danma, thank you as well. Mashaud asks, what are you making? I just joined. So I have this cool command in chat where you can do bang today or bang project, and it'll describe what I'm working on. But I'm building a text editor. It is, I mean, it's in progress right there, so let me show you the less broken version. It does a couple of things so far, not that much. There's a color test, which I'll eventually use for syntax highlighting. It can open files, so you can edit stuff, and you can scroll, and like, if a line gets too long, you can scroll horizontally, and like, it'll render like scroller thingies. But yeah, this is what I'm working on. Doesn't do syntax highlighting yet. It has some like pretty big bugs right now, but that's what I'm working on. Oh, also you can save. But that's what I'm working on. Oh, what is this YouTube video? Risky click. I saw what you posted in Discord. This is a risky click. What do we got here? Maybe I'll look at this later. It's sneaky. Bash 1750 asks, do you code and stream daily? I do code every day. Pretty much every day. Most days. Almost every day. But I usually only stream like once or twice a week. I'm very consistent about streaming on Saturdays, and often I'll stream on like other weekdays, but I've been too busy to do that for quite a while, so I mostly just like stick to my weekend stream, and it's pretty good about that. Oh, you have another PR for me is identical? You're gonna make me restart the bot again? I think your goal here is just like get enough PRs such that I eventually automate restarting things automatically. Ooh. Query equals re.match. You got a French string. Nice. Case insensitive. Oh. Escaped slash or escaped plus. Oh, you can just use the character. You can just use the this character sequence instead of or, because it's only one character. And I think you can pass regular expression flags as the third argument. Yeah, so you can pass re.I in this third argument instead of doing this. That's my suggestion. But yeah, that's my code review. please fix. I guess I can write that out so that it doesn't look like we're mysteriously changing things. Can move to the third argument as re.I, and can use instead of the parentheses. Other than that, looks good. Knit! Yes, Mindful Fox. That's what's up. Wacky Hacky Ponage says, I'll look into Travis, thanks for the hint. Yeah, Travis is alright. It's kind of dying, but it works well. Zerkot says, hey, I made a code sharing web app, hope it's useful. Vinventor.com. Oh, it's Pastebin, cool. My beautiful code here. What if my code is crappy? What did I do? Well, I guess I created one. Cool. Nice. Looks good. My friend also wrote a Pastebin app. This is Fluffy, which is the one I use a lot. Cass asks, how to learn best practices for coding in Python? That one's a hard one. I think for me, like, most of it is just using linters and making sure that works. Like, linters will help guide you a lot there. But I think, like, the best way to learn more is to just, like, write code and have other people review it for you. Like, I think code review is a good way to learn. It depends, like, who's code reviewing, though. Like, sometimes you'll get people that are just, like, nitpicky, annoying. Oh, I don't know if I announced this, because it's still marked as unread, but Zerkot, thank you for the follow. Sorry if I missed you. It's probably saying something, but thank you. I wrote my own URL shortener if you want one for your apps. Interesting. Oh, it highlights. I need to paste stuff. Okay. All right. I'll paste some real code. This draw function. Class foo. Cool. How do you do the like language detection? I assume you do language detection. Or is it just like normal tokenization and it just knows to do the names in that way? Let's take a look at the code. Swore I clicked on it. It's Python. Cool. What do you use for highlighting? Because most people are like pigments sort of deal, but I don't see pigments here. Hey, what's up, Anthony Pereira88? Thank you for the follow. Got a good name there. I approve. Oh, highlight.js. Okay. I just missed it. I assumed it was rendered in, but cool. Yeah, I've used highlight.js before. Oh, I see. There's no highlights here. It just auto highlights. Cool. Makes sense. Yeah, Fluffy uses pigments, and it's kind of buggy. So like we copy. Oops. Let me just copy the code. Usability issue. Fix it. Fluffy has kind of auto detection where it uses pigments to like guess the language. And sometimes it's wrong. Like this time it thought it was TypeScript, but this is definitely not TypeScript. And it highlights using that, but it's not the best. It kind of works. Plot twist, it just assumes Python. Yeah, there we go, Cass. Cool. It's ready for another round of review. Oh man, you're so quick. Cool, looks good to me. I guess I can restart the bot and, oh, you got the pirate cat again. Man, RNG is crazy, because, like, the number of GIFs there is kind of... There we go. The number of GIFs it has to choose from. There's quite a few ship it GIFs. Oh, we got rid of the, like, creepy one. I creeped out too many people with this one, so we moved it to the maybe ship it category. And these are the don't ship it ones. But anyway, where's the Pikachu? Oh, yeah, Pikachu's. Hey, what's up, Pit of Bones? Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Let's restart this bot. You know what? I'm just gonna make a command that does this for me. Git pull ff only and git apply patch and python bot.py. So the number of times that I've had to do this is wild. Alright, so if we say GNU plus nano. Lol. RE.match object has no attribute match. Alright, time to debug it live, I guess. Mindful Fox asks, let me get this before it scrolled off screen. Have you read this before? I don't read books, so probably not. No, I have not, so I can't recommend it or not. Alright, let's figure out the bug here. Weird feature, but okay. Where is the line 327? Okay, what's broken here? Query equals re.match. What does re.match return? Oh, there's no group here. Right, so this should just be query 0, I think. Let's see. GNU plus 5. GNU plus Emacs. Yeah, that works now. What was .match before? Group 0, yeah, that's what bracket 0 does. This is a shortcut. This is a shortcut in Python, Python 3. And actually, this R doesn't do anything here anymore because there's no backslashes, so we can actually downgrade it from a French string to not a French string. Just to show that it still works. GNU plus nano. Nice. Okay, cool. Git add -p. Not adding that patch, but adding this patch. Fix the GNU plus thing patch. It's okay. I don't blame you at all. It's identical. I don't have any tests, so it's completely my fault. And if I wrote tests, then it would be your fault. Can you do RF strings? I don't think so. Oh, I guess you can. But French strings are better. Everyone loves French strings. Interestingly, though, you can't do Russian strings, but you can do UR strings. So, even Python says no Russians. Just kind of weird. You can even do capital UR. I don't know. We can't do it in Python 3 though, so. Yikes. You just got unicorn, Hayden? Oh, did you open my GitHub profile? Here we go with the Emacs and Vim crowds. Emacs %00s. Yeah, are you trying to stick a null byte in there? Is that what's going on? I don't know if it worked. Okay. What was broken? What were we doing here before? Oh, did I fix it? Oh, that's nano. It's like, why is it working? There we go. Line 492. Seems to be working. Okay, so things are kind of working now. But I bet my command mode thing doesn't work. Well, it kind of does. But we need to resize now, and that's not implemented. Cool. So that's where we're at. That's what I'm working on. Getting the resize and the command mode working. You mean you want to stop doing bot-related stuff? Think again. Oh, Hayden. Hey, what's up? Roll1510. Thank you for the follows. Stop the bot being such a heathen. It's GNU plus, not GNU slash. Lord, what heathen. Hey, what's up? Oh man, this is a good name. Obi-Swan Kenobis. Thank you for the follow. Good name, I like it. Hayden, I'm torn. I don't know whether to accept this or not. I think the slash meme is better though. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. Ship it. Good enough. Oh, I didn't press ship it. You didn't get a GIF. I approved, but not really approved. One command startup. There we go. What are all these things that I'm gonna have to translate in chat? Emacs. Imakusu. Nice. Didn't really translate it. Is it not Serbian? That didn't do it either. I don't know. I assume it's Emacs though. I assume these are all Emacs. Nope, this one's health. Maybe it sounds like Emacs. I don't know. Alright, you guys are having your fun. That's what's worth it, right? That's what we're working on. This finally passes tests. We can merge it. Hopefully this doesn't break people. Changing slashes on Windows. But if it does, whatever. There's hopefully a way for them to work around it. There was a Vim in the translations for the help one. Oh, I see. Nice. You didn't do Vim in Persian. Oh. Did I miss one? I missed one. Nice. Good translation. GG. Definition of Vim. Oh, that's what the help one is? Ah, I see. That makes sense now. Vim. Clever. And one of these times I'm going to paste something from chat. It's going to be lewd Python. Approve. Okay. So let's try and do this prompt thing. So this should instead take a screen. That's our new unit here. Oh no, you're one character too long now. No. No. Let's give it a crappy name like S. Or command. Command is fine. Screen? Screen. Screen.resize. So in theory that'll work. Screen is not defined. What do you mean screen is not defined? Oh, because I need to... it's circular, right. That's annoying. But now... oh. Now if I resize... oh, it works! Whoa. And if I resize... alright, there's no... if I go to the bottom, and I enter the command mode, and I resize, it should... it's it's a little bit weird. Don't know where it scrolled to, but it did scroll. And then... okay. Seems fine. Python is love. Oh, I see. I like Python. Okay, those both work. I see. I get it. Python is love. Yeah, you guys are gonna clip that one? Python is love. Python is life. I live for the Python. Some shit like that. Sorry, just cleaning out my email. Got one more to look at. And merge this eventually. Okay, cool. Caught up in my email. Mostly just like you guys sending me PRs to the chatbot. That's what most of them were. Right, so the scrolling works, which is cool. Or not the scrolling, the resizing works. Which I actually thought it was gonna be a lot harder. But I'm glad it wasn't. Let's see what tests fail right now. I'm sure I've broken a bunch of tests while doing this. Oh, the first is the color test, because we got rid of the header. So we can write the header manually. Why is the music so quiet again? Hopefully that's not too loud. The most abusive cut. Oh man, this clip is great. We are anonymous. We are legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us. I forgot about this clip. It's a good one. We are anonymous. Obese one Kenobis asks, do you work as a Python developer? Kind of. I work on the developer experience team at Lyft, where most of my stuff is Python, but I also do some like Go, some like shell scripting, and honestly, for one quarter, I spent most of my time writing Groovy, which like Groovy is the worst. It was I was working in Jenkins and like writing Jenkins jobs and like it was a mess. Oh, did you get me saying kawaii? Hold on, I don't think I've seen this clip before. Kawaii. Kawaii. That's great. Kawaii. Not Groovy. Yeah, Groovy's pretty messed up. I have kawaii.mp3 as my ringtone. Nice. FBI enters the chat. Yeah. You're gonna get me being anonymous. Okay, yeah. So I wanna. That equals color test. Dot center curses dot calls. Version width is when version stir colon. Standard screen dot insert stir 00 header versus dot a reverse. So that should fix the header of the color test. That doesn't look right. That looks better. That should fix that test. Timeout while waiting for unknown key to appear. Oh. Test escape key. Eventually the escape will have a command utility, for now unknown. So that test is exactly what we're trying to fix here. Oh, but this isn't gonna quit nicely. Test quit via :q. So we're not going to do the and exit here. So press escape, and then we'll do :q, and then await exit. Oh, it pressed it too quickly. Huh. Hey, what's up, Deus Zoid? Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Groovy, more like poppies that inspire complete and utterly suicidal thoughts. Yeah. Oh, we have another Hayden in the chat with a pre-commit issue. Wait, what? This didn't work. Why didn't this load? This issue doesn't exist. What do you, am I in the Matrix? Have you made an issue that doesn't exist yet? How is this possible? 1180. I am confused. What happened, Hayden? Does that link load for anyone else? Or is it just me? Are you guys just Google translating back and forth? Is that what's going on? You guys are hilarious. Important contributions. You guys are there getting your Hacktoberfest on. That's what's up. It works for you. Why doesn't this link load for me then? Theme 404. Huh. Weird. We're seeing some what's it called? Replication delay, I guess. Which probably means that we'll see a Twitter message from GitHub status soon being like, oh, hooks are delayed, blah blah blah. Everything operating normally, my ass. Oh wait, maybe I would have got an email for it too. So I don't have an email. I don't see it yet. Oh, you're just messing with Sarcastic Dante. You troll. Hey, what's up, Zias? Oh man, I'm not gonna pronounce that. I don't know, but thank you. But welcome to the chat. I'm so sorry that I can't say your name. How do you pronounce it? Don't worry about it. I'm worrying about it. I'm worried. Oh, what do you have me put in translate? This is gonna be something lewd. That's whenever you're telling me to do something, then I'm gonna do it off screen first. Oh, okay, all right. It's exactly what we said above. Gardens, they are like poppies that encourage better thinking and completely commit suicide. Demonetized. Right, so what's happening here is we're pressing escape and then typing :Q too quickly. Unfortunately, I don't know of a way to detect that the prompt is there. I guess I could do... Because it's triggering an escape sequence. It's typing it that quickly. Groovy turned into gardens, yeah. Hey, what's up, person that I can't pronounce their name, but thank you for following. I'm sorry. I needed a nickname 10 years ago, smashed the keys until I found a string that looked kind of nice. Pronounceable names are overrated anyway. Good call. Good call. I guess it could be like Ziasau. That would be my closest guess at pronouncing. Although, it's probably not at all correct. So, I'm sorry. Editor that crashes when you type too quickly. Great. So the editor isn't crashing, it's interpreting this as an escape sequence. So it's my test that's not valid. Like I could put like time.sleep 1 here and it would pass. But I don't want to sleep in the test suite. I want it to like wait for the right condition. Unfortunately, my prompt doesn't have any text in it. It just like shows up inverted. But I can, I think, I think this will change. Oh. No, this is already 24 lines. Huh. Why? No text here. But yeah, there's a blank line here that's colored. This line is also colored, but the screenshot utility doesn't know how to do that. Command, what was the command for screenshots? I think it's like capture buffer. Capture pane. Capture pane dash P0. Okay, so this is that output here, and that's what .screenshot is calling. There's a way to keep the original sequences. Capture the pane. If P is given, output goes to standard out. Yeah, otherwise B. Alternate screen. If dash E include escape sequences. So it inverted here for some reason. I guess that makes sense. Because it doesn't actually render the spaces here, and there's no space to render down here. It just renders until the end of the screen. I guess curses is lazy, which is fine, I guess. But I probably need a screenshot color. Nice joke, Hayden. I like it. Tuberm asks, do I hate my life enough to switch to Python 3.8 on production? So here's my general advice for CPython. I would wait until the first bug fix release. Just because they tend to be a little bit unstable in the 0 releases. That said, it should be a pretty stable release. Like, it's probably fine to run in production. But I usually like to wait until release 1. Hey, what's up, Champignon? Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Hey, what's up, Proof404? I haven't seen you in a while. Although I think you were here last week, now that I think about it. So, I mean, it's been a while for me to stream anyway, so... Anyway, hi. I recognize you. Hey, what's up, the Gel Mega? Thanks for coming back. Good to see you again. I think you need to hate yourself just to use Python, let alone the latest version. Nice. Yeah, you can change your name on chat. But now both Hayden and Hayden are pink for me. Oh, Hayden, you didn't even follow? Nice, thanks for the follow, friend. Hayden63. The other Hayden. Oh, risky click. Risky click. It's, oh. Is this a real issue? Or is this like just good, Now you're trolling me real good. Like, you even changed the number? Like, how would I know if this is fake? Like, I know it's fake, but... Is it fake? It's funny, though. I like it. But I don't know... It's very well done. This screenshot is very well done. Open a new issue and check the ID. No, I'm pretty sure it's fake. Like, this is just a good troll. I like it. He broke my fucking hooks. Revert it immediately. Richards, why would someone send you a fake issue? Because it's funny. Because they're in the chat and it would be memey and funny, and that's why they did it. And I think it's hilarious. Oh, my face hurts from smiling too hard. But yeah, good catch on this and the... how did you get this to work? Just inspect element. Oh, it's real? Well, I didn't get an email for it. What? Did it... Maybe it cordoned it as spam? Maybe that's why? I don't even see your account. Oh, you're shadow banned. Rip. I didn't know GitHub had such aggressive shadow banning. Interesting. Weird. Yeah, I guess that explains it. Still funny though, I like it. But I guess, I'm surprised they go to that level to like display the issue count for shadow ban users. I remember when we shadow banned people on Yelp, it was like really easy to tell that you were shadow banned. I don't know anything about Lyft's banning system though. I guess with Lyft you have to be logged in, so you just like terminate accounts. Who knows? But that's kind of funny. All right. A lot of people watch this issue tracker, guys, so please don't. The joke was funny once. I don't think I can delete issues. I don't think that's a thing I can do. I can lock them. Because, like, this is what I'm looking at right now. Oh, wait, that's Firefox. Okay, anyway. Yeah, like, I don't think I have an option. Report abuse. Block user. Yeah, a lot of people watch this repo, so, like, please take things seriously. I wasn't making a joke there. All right, friend. Fine. It just sounds way too close to what people say in other ways. Okay, so I need to expand my test suite to have a screenshot with color. tmux.capture pane. Alrighty. How do I call the other commands? Oh, there you go. Capture pane p pane 0 t0 dash p is go to standard out, and dash e is the extended. Got to press enter here as well. Okay, so that should allow us to... Well, we'll debug this to see what it looks like. Breakpoint is not defined, right? One of my other clever hacks. That's weird. I don't see another one of these escapes somewhere. I expect there to be one further on here. That's weird. Not what I expected at all. Yeah, like this is not what I expect here. I expect it to have a closing escape sequence over here. I guess one thing that I can do is strike an unknown key first and then wait for that to disappear. Yeah, hacky. We'll do it that way. So we'll get rid of this. We don't need this for now. Unknown key, and then await text missing. Okay. So that should work now. Cool, we have a test now. No, I legit wasn't. I can't find the docs for pre-commit hooks if they exist. They do. Like precommit.com will show you you mean like how to write your own hooks? Which is here. And the different languages is down here. And if you want a list of like existing hooks, you can go to hooks.html. Oh, I shouldn't type the URL, I know the URL. But you can click on supported hooks in the top bar. Is that what you mean, Hayden? Interesting. Screenshot equals text copy paste sum. Oh, it's scraping the there's a tmux running in the background, so it's scraping the tmux output. So it's kind of like a It's based on the same API that WebDriver would use, and so in WebDriver you would take a screenshot of the web browser, but this is like a screenshot of tmux instead. Oh, what is this risky click again, Sarcastic Dante? Oh, this one isn't risky. Okay, well we'll show this one. The zap is so funny. I'm pretty sure I ran a version of Linux that had this way back in the day as like a boot. Oh, the fire. The fire! Okay, that's enough of that. Kind of neat though. I meant about the hook files. You mean like what do you mean, Hayden? There's precommit config.yaml, which is your configuration, and then there's precommit hooks.yaml, which is the remote configuration. And those are the only two files, and they're separate in the docs. For the full version, visit Discord. Nice. Okay. Yeah, you can put it in Discord. I'll watch it later. Oh, the test pass. I did the test pass. I kind of feel like they shouldn't pass. They're like missing some cases. Oh, because I didn't see the... Alright, Hayden. Sorry I dismissed your issue. It seemed like troll. A Python programmer's Discord. Seems like a trap. That's fair, the Jelmega. It's fair. We don't talk about Python that much. Oh yeah, lots and lots of uncovered code. This is exactly what I expected. 131. Oh yeah, all of these things. All of this here. 143. Oh, and suspension is not implemented. Just does nothing. Can't suspend during this. So we'll need to implement suspension as well. Sarcastic Dante says, we have a lot of Python memes and my shit posting. Yeah, that's true. Hey, what's up, this Silas main? Are we hacking the NSA? No, we're not hacking the NSA. I have a command for this. Not babi, project. I'm working on a text editor. It doesn't do much. It can display its color test, which will be used for syntax outing later. It can edit files, so you can modify files here, backspace, delete, scroll around. If we have a really long line, it does scrolling properly, and like some key combinations like home and end work. You can save. I'm not going to save that file. You can save. It will write out files. But the thing that we're working on today is making it so you can quit in a bunch of different ways. Right now you can quit using Control X, which is the keyboard shortcut for Nano. It's also the leader for Emacs, so Emacs users can quit too. But the thing that we're implementing today is you can actually quit it like Vim with :Q. Yeah. But no, we're not hacking the NSA. Winkies asks, this tree of else and if, yeah, it's an event loop. It's essentially like managing how this navigation in here works. And so like it handles the arrow keys and like delete and backspace and home and end and Control E, Control A, and what else? Delete key, and also window resizing. and the arrow keys. Just use a switch, yeah. If only we had switch. I do actually use a similar approach below. This is kind of a similar event loop here, but we optimize. We factor out a lot of the cases by using this dispatch lookup. Oops. And this kind of maps a bunch of the different keys to different functions. So like these could have been a bunch of if-elifs as well. But instead it just looks them up in a map and runs from that. Do you not like the emote, the Jelmega? The Python one is so good. I like it. Python doesn't have a switch, so that's the lull. Yeah, these are essentially function pointers instead of if, elif. What is an event loop? In this case, it's not truly an event loop, but I just used the word. So the event here is retrieving a character from curses, and then responding to the event is these if statements, and then it loops and does that repeatedly. I'm being serious, why you troll me? Alright guys, be nice. Be nice. I explained it. The Jelmega just doesn't like Python, which I don't blame him. Yeah, so I don't currently want to write tests for all of those cases, so I'm gonna try and fix the other error case, which is this right now, where the scrolling stuff is not implemented. Hearts in the chat. Yeah, what was I gonna do? Oh, I got a follow notification that I missed. I'm so sorry. Hey, what's up, vhacker123? Thank you for the follow. Sorry I missed it. Hope your day's going well. But yeah, I essentially need to use the same scrolling code that I did for the normal editor. Actually, I'm gonna get a drink of water because I'm really thirsty. So I will be right back. I don't run ads, so we're not running an ad. You'll just listen to the jams for a little bit. Alright, I'm back. What did I miss? The Jelmega, if you see me pissing on Python, that's me joking about it. Yeah, that's fair. I'm not gonna watch videos on stream. I'm probably going to write some more code. But if you post it into Discord, I will read it, or I will watch it. What is this? Got feedback. Send a smile or a frown. What? Huh. I didn't know that was a thing. Interesting. Alright, fine. Fine. We'll risky click watch this YouTube video.
Hello? Anyone in the match?
Wait, here is the kid here yet? Is where's Ainsley?
I don't know where there's Ainsley.
Can you guys hear my microphone working?
Yes, we can. You
Hello?
sound great.
Hello, can you hear me? Is anyone there?
Yes, loud and clear, Ainsley. We can hear
Can
you.
someone hear me?
Yes, everyone can hear you, Ainsley.
Ainsley, we can hear you, Ainsley.
Okay. Hello?
Yes, hello.
What's your name?
Yes, we're.
What is your guy's name?
Is it really your first time playing?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, man, it's
Yeah, I
his first
guess
time. We're just trying to, make sure that, Ainsley here has a good game and he learns how to play and.
He got me.
Okay. That's enough of that. That's pretty funny though. Yeah, it's a good definition. I like it. Yeah, so the problem with what I want to do with the scrolling here is I already have code that does this, but I essentially need to cursor X. I essentially need to take this code here and factor it out into something which takes the width I'm targeting, because I think this is just a function of position and width, right? -3. Okay, yeah, so this is the width. We're subtracting out 3 for the end buffers. We have the X position. We have oh, we never even factor in the we never even factor in the width of the line itself, which is interesting. That's kind of surprising to me. I guess that makes sense. The X cannot exceed the length of the line. Yeah, so I essentially need to take these two functions. Where does line X get used? Oh, in this drawing function. Cool. And then I need to do this logic here. Okay, that's not so bad. Yeah, the silos, that's right. Yeah. It'll react to an input, essentially. Sarcastic Dante asks, do you know about Louis Rossmann? I do not. Or Louis Rossmann, one of the two. I don't know the pronunciation. I don't. Either way. Look him up. Louis Rossmann. Is an American independent repair technician, YouTube personality, and right to repair advocate. Interesting. That's cool. Cass asks, what do you think about the dictionary alternative to if, elif, else? I think sometimes it makes things better. I'm using it right now in one place here. Like all of these functions take the same signature, and so it made sense to use them here. Same idea with this down here. But some of these operations made more sense to implement in separate if statements. Like these, I couldn't really narrow down entirely. I guess I could do everything as a function of screen and key, and that would potentially that could collapse all of these into a single if statement. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, but what I want to do here is figure out this horizontal curses or horizontal scrolling code, and then I think I'll be done. Griffith asks, what is the most simple way to implement a linter rule which could analyze a file in the context of a project and not a single file? Well, so the problem with that is it kind of oversteps the bounds of like a static analysis tool, because now you need to like worry about the context of other files, and so it's potentially slower. That said, it's pretty easy to just like open the other files and look at them. Let's see, do I have any examples? I know this one does. Seed isort config. Although the actual implementation is kind of hidden away. But this one actually looks at every file in the repository. It uses get ls files to do that, which is a little bit of a hack, but it works alright. Oh, and like even the backing code does that as well. Refactor imports. So this like import classification tool opens up or like tries to see if the import is a local file, and so it will kind of shortcut that logic. But also like this looks at the file system for the rest of the project and not the original files, so it's a way that you could look externally. I don't know, hopefully that answers your question. But like nothing is stopping you to write arbitrary code that does that reads the rest of the project. I saw I have another GitHub notification. Where does cursor X get used? Cursor X. Oh, in the moving code. So I really just need line X, which takes in X as an integer and width as an integer, and returns an integer, I believe. Then we take this code and we copy it here. Oh wait, I was gonna use the new thing that I learned. Oh god, what have I done? How do I... okay. I pressed Alt-Y, which turns off the syntax island. Apparently in Nano, you can press Shift and then down, and then Shift-Tab to de-indent, instead of doing the wacky find replace thing that I do all the time. Winkies is asking, what is the main purpose of the Babi project compared to other editors like Emacs? That's a good question. My original excuse was that I wanted to learn curses, but I think I've learned enough of curses at this point. I do plan to replace my main text editor with it, and I do have some like gripes with Nano, mostly in that like the newer versions they've removed some features that I really like, particularly code formatting and code linting, which I think is real popular, or not really popular, really useful. I don't know where'd popular come from. I don't know. I think it's really useful, but they got rid of it. And so I want to make sure that my editor continues to have that. I use Nano because I'm a noob. How did you end up using Nano over anything else? So my original text editor was Notepad, writing HTML, PHP. I guess before that I used the Visual Basic script editor in Microsoft Word. That was my first technical code editor, I guess. But my first real programming was in Visual Studio, and I love Visual Studio. It's great. I'm talking about actual Visual Studio, not VS Code. I worked at a C# shop and wrote a bunch of C# there, and Visual Studio is amazing. It just writes all your code for you. Great. Then I got my first job out of college at Yelp, where I originally was working in JavaScript, but then mostly switched to Python. Used Eclipse to edit Python because it was an IDE and it mostly worked pretty well. Then I eventually switched to IntelliJ because it was less crap compared to Eclipse. And then I went on vacation, or not vacation. Then I worked remote for a couple weeks, and the file synchronization stuff from the other side of the country was so slow that IntelliJ basically just did not work. And so I switched back to the terminal editor that I had briefly learned in college, which was Nano. And then I developed muscle memory and have not really gone back since then. But yeah, that's why I'm at Nano. Joey's Bites says, one could ponder if it would be wiser to fork Nano and enhance the existing products. I don't want to write a bunch of C, for one. For two, Nano is GPL'd, so I wouldn't be able to contribute without losing, whatever. And three, the project already said no to exactly what I asked, so... Okay. Kiwi Shock, yeah, you can post links, go ahead. Yeah, links are allowed. Until people abuse it, I'm just gonna allow links. What a journey, yeah. True. Cool, you use cookies, nice. Set headers decorator, which takes a function. You should put clone. You should have, whenever you have a decorator, you want to do this. Functools.wraps func. And this decorator modifies the keyword arguments, which is a little bit sketchy. Hey, what's up, Frankie Tex? Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. One thing that I might suggest here is do quargs.setDefault headers, comma, this. That way if somebody actually wants to use the original arguments, if they want to do their own thing, they could do this. Another option would be quargs.setDefault headers curly brace, and then quargs headers.update, and then your dictionary mapping there. That would be another option. Yet another option would be similar to the second one, quargs.setDefault headers curly brace, and then quargs or 4kv in that dictionary, whatever the dictionary above is. wargs headers dot set default KV. This would have the benefit in that like any of these values that aren't or that are manually specified by the actual code would get honored, but you would overwrite all the missing ones. Other than that, this decorator looks fine. Oh, but now I see what you're doing. You're just using requests. So there's a requests session which allows you to do this directly. Yeah. So you would do this. You would do requests s equals request.session. You would update the headers, and now these headers will always be passed whenever you use s.get. So this is the actual way to do it. So here's that link. But anyway, hopefully that is helpful. I will paste this as well so that you can look at that. Enter CAPTCHA FG3B9R. So anyway, you can look at that as well. Hopefully that's helpful. Frankie Text says all good here for the learns. Hopefully you learn something. We'll see. So the main cause is to discover end curses, but why use Python 3? I don't know if the yeah, I don't. So it's mostly that like writing Python's going to be easier for me. I've also noticed that like the render speed doesn't actually matter all that much. And like I haven't done any performance optimization on this at all, and anytime any action happens, it's actually repainting this entire screen. So it should be like as slow as possible right now, and I haven't even tried to improve it. But I'll probably be able to improve it later. Like in theory, pressing the arrow key should not re-render anything. Pressing a single character should just re-render that line, or maybe even just like the rest of that line. But I haven't done any optimization yet. And another like easy like hammer that I can just throw at the problem is just to use pypy, which is oops, not what I wanted. I can just use pypy, which is a performance implementation of Python, and so like it would be better to just do that, I guess, maybe. Yeah, I don't think the performance matters much here. Yeah, it doesn't really matter at all. But if it ever did, I could just use pypy to do this. Because this is, in theory, faster than CPython. Just slap pypy, yeah. Pretty much. He has 32 gigs of RAM, so memory consumption doesn't matter either. See, but you're wrong, though. I have 64 gigs of RAM, which matters even less. You're using requests, that's your problem. Yeah, that's also true. Writing babi and babi would be pretty dope. Yeah, I mean, I can do it right now. The problem is, like, too many of the keyboard shortcuts that I use in Nano don't work yet. Too many of my keyboard shortcuts don't work yet. But like, I use Control U and K all the time to move code around, and like, until I implement that, I can't really use it. Bro, where the hell did that Windows Task Manager come from? Yeah, I'm actually running Windows. It's an elaborate ruse. I'm not... This is a virtual machine. I'm getting pretty good at hiding it. Like, you can't tell that this is Windows also, because I've hidden the close buttons in the top right. But yeah, like this is actually Google Chrome and Windows. But it's sneaky. It's sneaky. But yeah, my editor is actually pretty cool. It's a cool project. I've learned a lot doing it. It's exposing me to a lot of like weird things. Yeah, the FAQ does say, why are you using a virtual machine? But on mobile, you can't see the description. No. If you decide to use PyPy for Babi, it will eat as much memory as IntelliJ does. It's not that much different. Let's see. Let's compare CPython Babi versus PyPy Babi. How do I see memory? Memory usage PS. Actually, can I search for a particular name? Display the command line used to start a task. No. I guess I can just look at the dashed arguments somewhere. Oh, here we go. It's just like output and stuff. Here's a filter for user. Oh. Maybe that it'll show up here? No? Oh, is it this column in PSEF? Or is that the process ID? That's the process ID. Got it. Hey, what's up, Babi? Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. What is... Display virtual memory format. Okay, so that'll work. Grep. So here's all the babbies that are running. Oh, what? That's not what I wanted. It's like the tree format. So in theory, this is a babi. That's the grep command. This is the CPython one, which is 21. That's a lot of resonant. 21K. That's like nothing. Never mind. Where's the python3 one? Oh, here we go. Yeah, so it's triple the memory, but it's still like 73 kilobytes, which is like nothing. So it's a text editor. It's not the JVM. And thank God for that. Someone actually reads those? Yeah. Are you making issues on Babi? Is this gonna be renamed Babi? Use commands for everything with default key map sets. You said in stream that you use Control-X to close or :Q or use the Emacs thing. What if you stick to creating a set of commands but create default key maps for each of those? And setup asks the user what editor they're most comfy with. I mean, I'm mostly building this for me, to be honest. I'd help implement this in Python, but it's Python. No. So honestly, this editor, I'm mostly building it for myself, and if it ends up being like useful enough that anyone else uses it, like fine. But I'm primarily building it for me, which is why I don't even have any configuration yet. So I'm like not even gonna think about this until like I'm happy with it. Once I'm happy with it, then I can start thinking about others as well. But anyway, those are my thoughts. Oh, you hadn't even followed up until this point, Winkius? Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for hanging out and chatting a bit. Do you know Conda? Are you trolling me? You must be trolling me. I do know Conda. I don't use it. And hello, Bobby. Babi. It's like Babby, but different. But yeah. For now, I'm mostly writing this for me. Once I'm happy with it, I might look into expanding the functionality further. But until then, it won't really have any configuration. Eventually, though. But I don't plan on working on it for now. Hey, what's up, Binary Adder? Thank you for the follow. Thanks for plussing my follow count. Add a key map to surround things in brackets. Yeah, I do like plan to add like all sorts of like features like that. The other one that I wanted from Nano is to highlight curly brace or highlight braces when you're over them, so you can see like brace pairs. Why close it? It's not like it's been resolved. Because I'm not gonna work on it for like a year. I'll think about it again when I'm happy with it. I don't like to leave things open that I'm not going to actively work on, I guess, is the thing. But it will always be there in the back of my head. I will be thinking about it, and I've already been thinking about it. What if you just use Vim with nano mappings? Yeah, I mean, I guess. But then I wouldn't have learned all these things. And where's the fun in that? Also, you guys seem to like to watch me work on this editor for whatever reason. Also, it's kind of cool. Like, how many people can be like, yeah, I wrote my own text editor? Right? But Joey's Bite says, Minicon is my preferred Python, so super easy to have multiple Python versions installed. I mean, I have 3.6 installed, I have 3.7 installed, I have 3.8 installed, I have 2.7 installed. I could install more of them if I wanted to. I also have this fake version installed, this Python 3.10. And this was pretty easy to set up. Like I just use dead snakes, which I maintain. So just is I guess a little bit of a exaggeration. But this I provide a bunch of forward port and backport packages. Makes it easy enough for me to pick different ones. Hadrian says, by the way, htop and press M. Yeah, top does the same thing. It'll sort by memory. And I assume htop does. I don't even think I have htop installed. But yeah, M will sort by memory. I assume it does the same thing in htop. Or is that allowing me to search? I don't know. Your way to think your project is clear and great. I respect that, so I want to come back and control the chat. Sounds good. Sounds good. Not just sorry. Okay, cool. Yeah. Griffith says, "Are you planning to implement closing quotes, braces, and parentheses automatically in Babi?" You mean like there's that like annoying thing where like if you type a quote, it'll type 2 quotes and put your cursor here? I don't really like that. Personally. Like it would be easy to implement, I just don't like it. It's like maybe I'll add it eventually, but I don't know. Hey, what's up, Binary Adder? Thank you for the subscription. It's greatly appreciated. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Auto pair, yeah, the plan, I mean there is a plan to do like, yeah, auto pair, that's what it's called. There's a plan to like highlight them, but not to do auto pairing. But maybe I could be convinced otherwise. Unbindable key meta bracket. How does it know? But there is currently this in Nano, which I learned about recently, that will jump to the matching bracket. But I'd like to just highlight it. I don't think jumping around is all that useful. Aaron has the muscle memory for auto pairing, so it's basically automatic. Yeah, like if you see me type like foo this, like I'll do that a lot. Or it's already to the point where like I've mostly memorized it, or like mostly already do it. In my editor, it's called pair edit. Oh, okay, cool. You should make a troll config. Whenever you hit double quote, it inserts a closing brace. That would be funny. Yeah, I don't know. I think auto pairing is like, maybe I could probably get used to it, but it's not something that I depend on right now. And like my primary goal, or like my first line of order is to get feature parity with what I already need from Nano, and then I can start worrying about new features. A pre-commit hook for auto pairing, yeah, that'd be interesting. Like auto detects a syntax error and just like fixes it for you. Keybind double quote to quote and vice versa. And that would be evil. That would be so evil. I could make it happen though. Like it wouldn't be hard. Like I can demo something that would be intentionally broken like that. Oh. Oops. If it's double quote, we want to turn it into a single quote. Just like complete evil mode. And if it's single quote, we turn it into a double quote. Of course, I don't know how you're gonna have to... Oops. That's how you can trust that I pressed the key, because it crashed. So if I type a single quote... What do you mean? Oh. It's key.wch, not wch.key. So if I type a single quote, we get double quotes, and if I type double quotes, we get single quotes. It's evil. Cursed editing. You guys can probably hear the lawn people now. They're late today. They're very late today. I don't know what's up with that. But usually they come a little bit earlier. Did this get fixed yet? This notification was my own push. Don't know what's up with that. Hey, it didn't yell at me this time. I'm surprised. Oh well. Okay, what was I actually doing? Oh, we were doing... Plus some tabs. We were implementing the scrolling for the command line mode. Lawn people, they're called Teletubbies. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, they come in like below the pine needles off of my house. So there's these like giant pine trees that are right next door, and so they cover the house and everything with needles. So they come by once a week. I don't pay for it. My landlord does. How long have you been working on this editor? That's a good question. Actually, let's do it. Git commands, git law reverse. Since mid-July, so August, September, October. So 3 months. Question, I just downloaded Babi. How do you use the command bar? You press escape. There's no manual right now, but if you press escape, you can end up in the command bar. And the only thing it supports is :Q. Oh, you have to check out the other branch. It's in a different branch right now. It's this command mode branch. So that's why it's probably not working. Because I haven't written tests for it yet. Or fixed this, this thing. X is self.x and cursors.calls. Okay, so let's make sure the horizontal scrolling still works. Seems like it does. Cool. I have tests for that, so it's just like double checking that it works. Horizontal. To do handle horizontal scrolling ugh. I understand you want to learn curses, which is great, but did you look at URWID as an option? I did. But I also wanted to have no dependencies. So I quickly decided against it. Where's the like examples page? Yes, I did look at this. But then I want to, as long as I can, I want it to be a single file that I can just plop in a little place and run it directly. But yeah, I don't know how long that's gonna last. Sarcastic Dante says, how do you want to support syntax highlighting? I think the plan is to tokenize and then use and then use the, why did that not take me to syntax it? Oh, this is the XML version. I don't want to use the XML version. But anyway, like they have these tokens that you can use and and then highlight based on that. But it'll ingest something like this. You can also cannot hit backspace or delete at all. That should be fixed on master. It should be fixed on master. I fixed that last week. What version are you on? Oh, the command mode branch doesn't have backspace working. Delete should work fine. You're on a Mac, my guess. Did you see Kilo? Oh, I did see Kilo. It's implemented in C. It's BSD, so I can look at it. Yeah, I read about this. I didn't actually look at the implementation though. But it's a small editor. It uses a lot of global state, which mine doesn't have any globals right now. And I don't plan to have any globals. You want me to make a PR to merge them? Oh no, I'm gonna amend, so don't worry about it. But if you rebase the branch, you can see the backspace key working. But I'm gonna rebase that out eventually. Okay, so I'm going to reuse the same code that I had before for having a scrolled line. Line.index is equal to cursor line. So we just want this code here. So this should be the same logic as before. I guess I could take line X as an input there, although I still need to know the width. Mindful Vox asks, what feature are you working on now? I'm unbreaking this, where if we get too far here, and it crashes. I'm making scrolling work in the command mode. Kadrian asks, you must be getting the question all the time, but what's the Python typing system you're using? I'm using MyPy. That's PyPy. It's standard typing syntax. It's part of Python 3 and improved in Python 3.6. And I use MyPy to type check it. It's an external tool that just validates the type annotations that you use. That's what I'm using. Make sure I didn't break this. Yeah, seems good. Handle scrolling, ugh. So width. Oh. This is also not how I want to implement this, but this will change eventually. Why are the types in quotes? So in this particular case, this is a forward reference. So if you have like a file where you have like def f, if you had a class like this, because foo is not defined at this point, you have to define it later, and so this quote just says delay this annotation until later. In Python 3.7, you can do from future import annotations, and then you don't need to do this. They become automatically forward annotations. But since I'm using 3.6, I need to quote it, because that's not a thing. That's why. What did I call that function? Scrolled line. buff, position, width. I think that actually works. Move. The position should be the length of prompt. Line X equals pause and width. So that should hopefully, assuming the other code that I wrote works, implement scrolling. Nope. Lol. Why does it think this line is too long? Why are you so broken? Why is future double underscored? Good question. It's probably because it has special meaning to Python. It's both a real module, and it's more of a feature flag to the editor, or to not the editor, to the interpreter. Like it tells the interpreter, "Hey, treat this file differently." But it is a real module. It doesn't need to be a real module, I don't think, but it is because of reasons. Oh man, this indent is so ugly. I don't know why anyone thinks this is a good style. I would never write code like this. Just like, oh yeah, I want my 27 space indents, obviously. Actually, 26 space indents, my bad, off by one. I don't know. I think this is gross. And because I think it's gross, I wrote a code formatter that fixes it. This repository called add trailing comma, which also does other things other than commas. It posits that this is the ideal syntax, which I agree with because I wrote it, and that this is ugly, which I also agree with because I wrote it. But add trailing comma does a couple of things. One is it'll oh, this is not the stuff it does. This is the rationale part. But it will add commas. It will add commas if it can in 3.5, and on calls, it'll add it to lists, tuples, and dictionaries, and for function definitions, and function definitions in 3.6, where this is now allowed, and from imports, and base classes, and it'll undo this like weird hugging syntax and this weird indent syntax. It'll also match the braces, so it ends up formatting your code. Also, there are some cases where it will remove commas, which is kind of fun. But yeah, that's add trailing comma. Anthaz asks, "Ooh, I love a curse zap. What are you writing?" It's terrible, but I'm writing a text editor. Right now, these are things that it does. You can run a color test. I'll eventually use this to do syntax highlighting, but it doesn't do that yet. It can edit itself. You can type text, backspace, enter, delete. There's some key combinations that let you navigate around. You can scroll. You can also scroll horizontally, which is that. The thing that I'm working on, oh yeah, there's some key combinations that are not supported, and so it'll show that they're not implemented there. The thing that I'm working on right now, which is kind of broken, is this like command module thing. It's supposed to say :Q right now, which is what I'm actually typing, but there's some logic that's broken that I need to fix on that. But yeah, and you can quit it in a couple different ways. That's kind of the meme I'm going for right now. It's more like a nano clone. Yeah, it's a nano clone that will have some Vim features. minus line x. Right? Yeah, that looks right. Following queue. And if I go to the end of the line, hey, it scrolls, and we can. Oh wait, why did you not scroll here? It should have a little thingy here, but it doesn't for some reason. Yeah, the end one is not showing up. Why not? Is the minimum of line x 1? No, it should end up at 1. Or it should end up at 0. Good night, peace. Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you around. Proofit is also calling it a day. Thank you as well for stopping by. Hope to see you guys in the future. Oh, I've seen Proofit before. And I've seen you on GitHub, I think. Why is this not working? I don't understand. Oh, something real broken. Oh, it should have re-rendered the status when it... Oh, no, I know what it did. It did re-render the status. It was exactly the text that I typed. But this should be broken too if that other thing is. Oh, it is. Yeah, sure enough. Fuck, why this character gone? Yep, on GitHub only. I registered on Twitch. That makes sense. Where do you save files here? Control S will save. It's not the best so far. Length of S is greater than width. What did I break here? This is the old code. Line equals the left character, and then a slice from line X onwards. And then if the length of that is greater than the width, I don't know why this is broken. This logic looks exactly the same. This logic here versus this logic here. Oh. Oh. This logic is wrong. It's always running this code here. So it should be... I don't know. Why is this like flustering my brain so much? What is going on here? This should be identical. It should be the same code here. Line x plus 1 colon. Yeah, that looks good. If the length of the line is greater than the width, then we return this. Otherwise we space adjust. But it looks like we're getting space adjusted everywhere. Am I trolling myself? This looks fine now. No, this is broken though. You got a space character there. Why does one of them work but not the other one? What gives? And now it works. Kind of. It still doesn't render right. Well, we can use a debugger. Oh, we need all three of these cases. That's what it is. Which makes me think that I should put this in a function. Or all three of these in a function. The problem is I need this condition to be true. I guess I could have like a current line boolean. Kinda gross. Okay, this should work. Scrolled line, self.x, curses.calls, current line equals line idx is equal to self.cursor line. So we'll call this active or current, fine, whatever. Oh shoot. That's the problem with opening two windows, is they don't sync. Maybe that'll be some feature of Babi, in that it knows how to sync between two. Hey, what is this code? Oh, that's not what I want. Undefined name current line. Signed but not used. Okay, let's try that now. This scrolling still works. Yes. And does this scrolling work? Answer is no. Please, 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 please. No, why are you still broken? It's broken because it should be displaying a little arrow key, a little arrow right here. Can you guys see that? Yeah, you can see that. It should be displaying an arrow there, but it's not. In the same way that, like, when this gets to the end, there's an arrow there. But for whatever reason, this one getting to the end... Oh, what? It worked that time. Why is it working now? What? Oh, this makes sense. This is not actually past the end yet. But if I press another A, still not past the end. I press one more, and now I get the arrow. Okay, it's working fine. I'm just losing my damn mind. It's fine. Don't worry about me. I'm good. Cool. Cool. Okay. I guess it works. This doesn't pass tests yet, but I'll write tests later. I'm probably done writing code for today. Oh, fine. We'll appease the linters. 483. Draw header, none. I wish MyPy could just like auto-fix that for me. That'd be great. But yes, I've been streaming for how long? Almost 6 hours. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna call it a day. But before that, we do my normal spiel. If you missed any part of the stream and you want to catch up on that, I upload them to youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode. You can find all the previous streams, and I usually upload pretty quickly, so usually by the end of the day. If you want one that's particularly interesting, I usually suggest like any of the ones that I work with MyPy. I think those are always kind of cool. This last one that I did last week is actually pretty great, or at least I thought it was interesting. I actually went back and watched it myself. Maybe that's a little narcissistic, but I don't know. It was good. It's good background noise too. Thank you, Drewski, for the follow. Appreciate. Yeah, I usually stream once a week once or twice a week, but I'm consistent about streaming on Saturdays at 11-ish my time, which is Pacific time. But I also announced the streams in a couple of places. One of them is on Twitter. I'm twitter.com/codewithanthony. It's different than Anthony Writes Code because Twitter doesn't let you have that many names. Smash the like button or you will die. Yeah, Mindful Fox. That's how it works. Subscribe for more content. Goodbye, Koenig. Thank you for stopping by. But yeah, I usually announce right before the stream that I'm gonna do this, usually about 60 minutes in advance. I also announce it on Discord, which you can join the Discord by doing bang Discord in the chat. We talk about programming and stuff and memes and I don't know, it's fun. But yeah, that's all I have for today. I'm gonna go find someone to raid.